Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoville and Spooktober. Spooktober here. We got a bunch of Angmarish type stuff to do. Wights and specters and spooks and all kinds of stuff like that. We're gonna do this sort of bluish. See, there's a little bit of green that works its way in there as well. Now with the wargi here, I wanted to do kind of a one of those. What was it? I think not a dread warg or something like that. Dire warg, something like that. That's almost more spectral in nature. I'm not so sure about that. We'll see what happens with him. So tonight we're kind of doing the individual wights and spooks. Now we've got these little guys over here. We'll be probably doing these tomorrow or something like that on the stream. Hey there, Armored Wolf. And sorry that is just going absolutely bonkers there. Oh, we also have these. Remember I was telling you about these guys here? So we'll try and hit these guys tomorrow night too. So that's the other thing, is I was trying to get all of these prepped. Not so sure what's going on here. Are we actually live here, or is this dead? Okay, so all right. The screen was showing that everything was gone, so I'm not quite sure what was going on there. But anyways, we got four of, obviously, well, three of these, and then we've got right here. That must be, hey, that's got to be Frodo because he's got the ring right there. So yeah, we'll be doing these, the little hobbitses. I also have, we got the Mount of Sauron right here, so we'll fool around with that. Now, of course, last night was a little bit different. We were doing this thing right here. Let me see. We are going to go with, I think we're gonna, do I want to do a glazy thing, or do we want to do, let's try this. Let's try this here. We're going to take you. That is not terribly efficient right there. We're going to get rid of this because I don't know what happened with this brush here. That is not what I want to see. Just toss you off to the side. You try this one maybe. Maybe this will be better. I'm going to go with a little more thinner here. Let's try something like this. We're just going to be shoving this into recesses here. Maybe even a little bit of a glowy blade. Not sure. Again, all this stuff is going to be kind of on the fly here. We'll see how it goes. Let me push this over here. I'm going to get these guys over here. Oh, look at you. I thought maybe we could do the warg like this guy right here. This is, actually, I think we might have done those on Halloween last year. Those werewolves. Yeah, that's right. Because then that's when GW took everything away and said that the Angmar book was no good and everything. That's why these never got painted. It occurs to me now, yeah, that's why these never actually got painted, because they said, oh, no, the Angmar book, that's no good. We're going to wipe everything out. All the stuff you've been painting, because, that's very helpful. Now, I was tempted to do a little bit of, some kind of TMM on these or whatever. More like our Army of the Dead, but I think we're just going to go straight up spectral on these. Nice to see you there, AD. Sorry I haven't, geez, AD, I got so many things, so many pictures that I got to send you. Sorry about that, AD. I'm way behind. Now, AD, hopefully things are going good. Actually, AD, maybe you'll stream Sunday, because it is still Friday here. It's almost Saturday. Well, actually, no, it is Saturday for you. Never mind. So Valfera, yeah, I saw the picture. I wasn't sure if that was kind of like the more recent ones. Nice to see you there, Rot. Everybody please give AD Creations and Rottweiler1616 a follow. So AD and Rot, why don't you post some stuffs in the chat there? Man, oh man. Now, Valfera, was this kind of standard gravitational challenge, or was this like a unique and new type of form of gravitational challenge? That's good there, AD. Yeah, AD. I'll try to get you caught up on stuff. This well, part of it is there's all of this with all the flats and everything. This is just really the last 9 days or so. This has been a huge endeavor right here. So on top of everything else, there's this thing here. But look at this. We got the metals that were in there. Oh yeah, Velfair, you didn't get to see the end of this here. Whoops. So yeah, the metals did definitely made a difference. And this again is that's the homemade copper stuff that we made, and that's the homemade gold right there. So it actually, I mean, you can actually see the difference, right, Velfira? Now, Velfira, was this because that wasn't the last one like in the literally in a door in a doorway, and that just created all kinds of mischief. Was this kind of along the same lines there, Velfira, or was that well? Hopefully not down the stairs. Hopefully not down the stairs. Velfira. Now, hopefully, Velfira, you get college football in there because now maybe this might actually be more terrifying, Velfira, than falling down the stairs. Vandy is the favorite. I'm not kidding you, Velfira. Vandy is favored over LSU. When was the last time we thought we were going to see that, Velfira? So great to see you there, Cam. To everybody, please give Cam to Paints a follow, AD Creations a follow, and Rottweiler. So Rod, I hope everything's going good. And actually, was there any improvement with his teammates, or did he have to call out his teammates again, Rottweiler, after this Friday? Or maybe they didn't play tonight. I just figured probably they were playing tonight, but here's hoping he doesn't have to call out his teammates again. So a game tomorrow. Now, so Rot, is this one of those where they've got like a fierce division rival or something like that, and it's going to take a massive effort from everybody, not just him, to be able to pull that win off? Okay, so not quite sure what's going on here. Yeah, Velfer, there's been a lot of chaos in the top 10 there. So I might have to restart the internet here because this just, no, 1 second here. I may just have to do that. Yeah, Velfira, as a 14-0 lead, and then things got a little bit dicey. But the 4 turnovers, four interceptions of Carson back. That's basically what secured it. Well, that would be super cool, especially given the fact, right, what he's been through this season. It would be kind of nice if that played out for him, since the other teammates haven't quite exactly put forth the same effort, shall we say? Maybe. So yeah, that was it's only Friday night, Valfira, and that was an unranked team. What have we been saying all season, Valfira, about unranked teams and top 10 teams? That would be super cool there, Ron. I think that would be a real nice experience for him. I mean, you want you want that kind of effort and stuff to be rewarded early on, because if it's not, well, actually, oh no, it's Barton. Is it Barton? Okay, so it's not Brighton, but it's Barton. Yeah, look at the Swampton Crocs and the Barton Barristers. So Velfair again, sorry that things are just just about as difficult as they can possibly be, right? Sorry about that. And again, AD, my apologies. My apologies. So it's going to be crazy tomorrow, Velfira. And of course, I believe it's after this week, Velfira, that they start doing like actual playoff rankings. Yeah, there's going to be some monster games, Velfira. And there's going to be some real monster games here. Now, again, Ron, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, same thing there, Camda. Now, Camda, did you get? You still have the same crazy things going on with the tech there, right? The same weird stuff. So yeah, talk about the hunters and the hunted, right, Velfira? Now, again, this is the other reason why it took longer to get ready. I think there's a dozen miniatures that I had to go from. Let's put it this way: as of Thursday morning, none of these were even clipped off of the supports. And I believe these are all from Khurzluk. Well, the vast majority of these are from Khurzluk. Yeah, AD, I was wondering about that too. Sorry I didn't get a chance to ask you about that. I know that also kind of complicates things just a little bit there. So yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day on the gridiron there. I mean, and oh, did you hear about the the head coach there, Velfair of Indiana? I think. Well, we talking about the NIL for coaches, right? We were joking about that. He got 93 mil. So Velfira, just think the head coach of the Indiana Hoosiers, who hasn't won anything, is probably making double what the highest paid NFL coach is right now. Yeah. I mean, yes, he's in the top 10, and yes, he made the playoffs last year, but he did not win a Big Ten championship last I checked. But yeah, he's I think making at least double what the highest paid NFL coach is, which is changing the landscape of the NFL, Velfera, because there's coaches like McCarthy and stuff like that that they're just thinking, you know what? I think I'm just going to college. I'll make way more there. I'll have way more control over that. I don't have to deal with GMs or anything like that, or owners. So yeah, that might just we might be seeing that welfare. All right, now it is time for doing some of our darker glazy stuff. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? We're gonna use this. We're gonna use I guess maybe. And that's it. It's time for. I think it's time for mixing. Maybe we won't do that. Maybe we'll do that a little more self-contained over here. I think. Nice to see you there, Landrast. I hope that everything is going good. Now, of course, Landrast, hopefully Brian's just not as annoying as you were worried about. I know you told me that was a big concern there. Hopefully that hasn't played out quite the way you were thinking. But great to see you there, Landrast. All right, we're going to get some of this darker glaze here. This is Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown here. Well, that's good. That's good, Landrast. Now, hopefully, you were able to multitask earlier. The thing is, you want to make sure you've got the right thing in hand for sure. Now we're gonna go maybe a little darker down here. I think, yeah. Let's do that. We also have our a little bit of the. You know what? I might just. I guess not. I guess not. We don't have to really rush through this. We're like 15 minutes in here. No need to rush. All right. Well, Velfira, we're gonna be here for a while, right? And actually, Velfira, you'll probably be up at weird hours, right? Because they'll be coming in there. waking you up and stuff. So yeah, if you're up at weird hours, well, we're just getting underway here, Velfira. Hey there, Horns fan. How you doing? Well, Horns fan, I know it's been a rough season, but it's been a rough season for everybody, right, Horns fan? It has been a rough season for absolutely everybody. So, Horns fan, check this out. This was last night's stream here. So remember we were talking about the flats right here? This is one we did last night, kind of a Trench Crusade theme. And I don't know if you saw this video yet, Horns fan. But right now, this is the latest video on the Patreon page. I got another one that's going to be coming up tomorrow. So yeah, Horns fan, I mean, nothing is set in stone. Actually, Horns fan, nothing is even set in paper mache right now. Thanks, Horns fan. And it was all entirely by accident. It was all entirely by accident. Now, I've been working on, actually, Camden, how we were talking about doing a Battlestar Galactica theme and trying to go more Ptolemaic. I'm not quite sure GPT understands what Ptolemaic is. I mean, I sort of, kind of got maybe a little bit of vague Ptolemaic imagery. It was not quite what I was hoping for, Camdo. Let's put it that way. I'll try to get you some of the pictures of things. I did create the image for Dead Men of Dunharrow. That wasn't too bad. It actually made Celtic zoomorphs of like ghosts and spirits and stuff, which was kind of helpful because I wasn't quite like, okay, how would you even do something like that? So that came up with some good ideas. So yeah, Horns. It all started with this here. Not quite 10 days ago. So Wednesday night. That is when that was first created. Last Wednesday night. Yeah, Horns. I mean, and of course now we're getting into we already have been in conference play, but we haven't even hit rivalry weeks, Horns fan. And actually, Horns fan, now I think you and I have as much chance of winning the Heisman as anybody else. I mean, who out there has actually played your prototypical Heisman season? Actually, who's played a Heisman half so far? I mean, you could argue that basically every team stinks. That's what I say. There are no good teams out there. There's okay teams, there's above average teams, but as far as I'm concerned, nobody's good. Horns fan, never say never in this era, right? Never say never. Or you will most certainly look the fool, I think. Nice to see you there, Recoil. Again, sorry about the delay. So Recoil, yeah, I was just telling Camda, I don't think the GPT really understands what Ptolemaic imagery is. And that was like really cartoony, right? Recoil, it was like super hand drawn, like somebody that I don't know also had a blindfold on. It was really weird, wasn't it, Recoil? So Horns fan, I don't know if you saw the video, the last one when I was doing the Eldritch Foundry stuff and I was doing the football team and I did the Heisman pose. Horns fan. Yep, did that for college football fans everywhere. So Rico, great to see you there. Let me do this. Wow, there's much more to this. I'm pretty sure this is from This could be from Papal 3D. Oh, no, no, no. This is from Navarrete Studios. I bet you. Yeah, this has got to be from Navarrete Studios right here. I find it very appropriate, Horns fan, because what was the campaign that they did where they're moving from the Heisman House? Was that not portents? That not signs and portents? Horns fan, that the ad campaign for the Heisman House this year is that they basically got kicked out of the Heisman House. So again, crazy day, crazy times on the college gridiron. Oh, by the way, this is gonna have a bunch of snow on it. If you're wondering why we're doing the whole, we're trying to make this as dark as possible here. Where did you go? So it's gonna end up more like this right here. Again, we're kind of doing our Angmar Army theme. Lots of spooks, lots of scary things. Well, kind of like an average college football Saturday, right, Horns fan? Or Friday. Yes, the only thing better than college football Saturday is college football Friday. Of course, we are very much under the opinion it should be 7 days a week. Just cancel the NFL season and just do college football. Play it on Sundays, play it on Mondays, play it on Tuesdays. Horns fan, it's so bitter they weren't quite sure they could even control the players' emotions, right? It's just such a long-standing rivalry. And of course, that's a regional rivalry. Actually, Horns fan, is it still 14-10? I actually haven't looked to see if it's still 14-10. Actually, I think it's so irrelevant, Horns fan, it's just not on a general online scoreboard here. It is that level of irrelevance. Okay. I mean, that sounds about right. And of course, Horns fan, I was telling Velferi he's got to be nervous because Vandy is actually favored over LSU. And LSU is a top 10 team. Now, they're not deserving of that because they stink, but, they're a top 10 team. And of course, the NFL is pretty much the same way, right, Horns fan? Who would have thought that the NFL would go the way of college football? Let me see. Who plays in the NFL? Oh, yeah, college football players. I think a lot of these folks the pundits, whatever you want to call them, the folks that think I'm in the industry, I know the NFL. It's like, yeah, they have more access, but they don't have more wisdom. Because, again, unless the NFL just gets players magically out of some other place, they're coming from college football. And so goes, however goes college football, so goes the NFL. And of course, all this college football coverage brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. And again, it's going to be a fabulous college football Saturday. Tons of meaningful games. Yeah, the Triple R, Horns fan. That was the latest Heisman casualty, wouldn't you say, Horns fan? Or, well, I think he wasn't going to be winning a Heisman anyway, but I'm pretty sure that game basically canceled out any chances he might have had. Yeah, I think that pretty much doomed any Mateen chances for a Heisman right there. So yes, rankings, schmankings, right? Right, Horns fan. Then fine, we'll get a little more dark in here. And this is basically what we're doing right here. Is doing that. Now I think that one's actually from Diwali. That other one that I showed you. In fact, it is because these guys also were from Diwali. So I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Actually, I have like tons of specters printed out. I just don't know where those are. So we'll have to get those guys going too. So again, we're doing this dry brushy stuff here to kind of get started. Mostly just rolling with some Prussian blue, mixed with a little bit of our sky blue. We are going to be getting some more violet in here, some more greenish tones. We'll be doing some variety. Let's not snap him off of this base here. That would be most unfortunate to do that. Yeah, fine. We'll get a little bit more just under here. So yeah, all of these things, none of these were based as of about, I don't know, 8:30 this evening. It's all happened very recently. However, I almost have an entire not type. What are those knights, Armored Wolf? Yeah, I almost have an entire knight printed out. The last, what I hope is the last build plate, at least for like one configuration, that last build plate is going. I'll try to get one more with the alternate ones. See what I can fit on there. So Horns fan, they never made the playoffs. Remember those critical losses they had early in the season, and then a couple of late season ones, games they shouldn't have lost, but they did. That was enough. They actually all they had to do was it was a win and you're in, Horns fan, and they did not make it. Now, of course, Horns fan, yeah, if you're a Geelong Cats fan, it also didn't quite go your way because they basically lost the grand final by 100 points. Oh yeah, Horns fan, that was over in September. Yeah, that was. I want to say that was over. What Recoil 3 weeks ago, at least, maybe a month. Yeah, their playoffs are not very long. There, Horns fan. Yeah, it's not like here where you've got your wild card round, divisional round, conference championship, then a couple of weeks, then a Super Bowl. So yeah, that is all done and dusted. Horns fan. And of course, the team that finished in first, your Adelaide Crows, they lost not one playoff game but two. So they actually had two chances, Horns fan, to keep their playoff hopes alive, and they blew both of them. I'm not even sure either game was all that close. And again, they had two chances to make it, and they blew both of them. Could you imagine that, Horns fan? If you finish in the top four, you actually get two chances. You can actually lose your first playoff game and still make it. Well, Horns fan, eventually they're going to adopt the APCC rules, Horns fan. Everybody makes the tournament, including other teams that aren't actually schools. Yeah, actually, Horns fan, we've created. Oh yeah, we've created a couple of new universities, Horns fan. There's Oxide University. It's located in a giant iron mine, and their uniform colors are just pigment red 101. Yeah, that's Oxide University. And then their fierce rivals are Ferris Type Polytechnic. And basically, their logo is just like the periodic table symbol for iron. Actually, Horns fan, what was the? Wasn't there a set of commercials? Now, of course, these were a while ago, but wasn't there a set of commercials where they combined different sports with golf or something like that? And I think maybe Mike Ditka was one of the announcers, or maybe it was John Madden. But didn't they actually combine other sports with golf? Again, I could be totally wrong about that, but something tells me that that might be the case. Actually, well, there's already the Frozen 4 Horns fan. Well, I could certainly see that, Horns fan. You throw a punch, you knock a guy down, and while he's being counted, you move all the pieces around. I could certainly see that. So here we're just kind of doing again some lazy glazy stuff right here. Like you do here. I'm gonna get even more thinner in there, I think. It's pugilism at its highest, right, Horns fan? Again, I hope that all works out there, Rottweiler. And Rottweiler, I don't know if you had a chance to post your miniature stuff in the chat. Oh yeah, Rottweiler, can you see what we're doing right now? This is just basically Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of Mars Black. Yeah, from what it sounded like, Rottweiler, this is kind of maybe the stuff you were at least initially wanting to do. Oils, of course, have well, they have genuine capillary action, right, Camda? Not the fake capillary action of acrylics. Expand on this here. There we go. And then we're gonna come back into this with this, some of our source lighting here. We're kind of doing again the non-source lit areas as much as we can here. Let's do this. No idea what's happening with the baseball playoffs, if Blades is going to be disappointed or if the Jays have made a series out of it with the Mariners. But yes, indeed, college football is going to be crazy. Oh man, Saturday is going to be absolutely bonkers. I mean, it's already been bonkers. I mean, just think of it this: if Indiana beats Michigan State, and if the Ramblin' Wreck beats Duke, your top 10 is going to look very different. Hey there, VetBod. Nice to see ya. Sorry that things maybe are not going the way you wanted in the playoffs there. So VetBot, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, I heard there was some kind of world-altering performance by Ohtani. Have no idea what he did, but he did something. Yeah, something. Ohtani did something. Don't know what it was, but he did something. This is much like the Fansville commercial, right, Horns fan? What is it? Oh, this is Pro Town. We play on Sundays here, or we don't play till Sunday. I think that's what Jerry Jones says. This here is Fansville, right, Horns fan? Now I think maybe. All right, fine. Whatevs. We'll get a little bit of our not bluish stuff here on this base too. So we're working on what? 4 guys, 5 guys, 5 guys here. Well, technically more than that. Because we also have little Wargi over here. And he's got a little buddy that he's playing around with. They're just having some fun, having some games. So again, sorry things didn't work out the way you wanted to there, Vetbod. I don't even remember who the Dodgers were playing. I mean, they couldn't have already closed out Milwaukee. I mean, that series only ended on Saturday. I don't remember who the heck they could have been playing. Let's see. So let me. So wow, just wow. The Brewers got closed out in less than a week, huh? That must have been a 4-game sweep. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, well there you go. Yeah, that was a sweep deal right there. Yeah, you could kind of sort of see that coming. Man, that was lickety split right there. Like, wait, what? That series is over? That was mighty quick. Mostly Prussian blue. We are actually chucking a little bit of the. I almost said ultraviolet, well, ultramarine blue there. Yeah, Vetbod, there was supposed to be a little bit of evening out of the salaries. Uh, let's just say this, Vetbod. It sounds like the Dodgers are actually willing to go into the luxury tax. I don't know if that's still a thing. I'm not sure if the luxury tax is still kind of a part of it, but yeah, that's kind of sounds about right. I just wonder how much Otani makes alone. All right, now here we go. We're gonna get some blues in here. Let's do that. What are we, half hour in? 38 minutes ago, these basically had no paint on them whatsoever, all 5 of these. So much like, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, right, we did an entire Isengard army in basically 3 streams. I think it was a Friday, Saturday, and Monday stream. Well, we're kind of looking to do some here. We only got 11 of them, but the 11 figures are a little more complicated because of the 11, 2 of them have 3. So technically, that 11 is really more like 15. No, actually, recoil, it's been crazy for me too. It keeps zonking out on me. Now, were you guys doing some? Well, that's right. You guys were doing some Valheim, weren't you? At least I think that's what Rot was saying. Now I'm going to let's get rid of this. Why this usually doesn't happen. We're gonna actually be taking this here. Come on, get out of my way. Ah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Well, I hope it's super fun. I don't know if you guys are continuing that one that you guys had going on the other day. Let me see. So yeah, sorry that Twitch is being all crazy. I guess that's why it's showing that I have no viewers or whatever. Now, my signal strength shows fine. There's no weird stuff on my end. So it's not showing anything weird on my end. I'm sorry that everybody else is having a hard time. Not quite sure. Well, there's pretty much nothing I can do about that, right? We're just at the mercy of whatever Twitch is going to do. Let me just try to, again, get some of this lightest blue in a couple of areas here. Because, again, this... the capillary action of the oils is what we're after here. Come on, get down in there. Maybe in there too. Maybe a little more in some of these areas here. Not sure what's going on with this, but we'll try that at least. So yeah, not really sure what is happening, because again, there's nothing I can see on my end. It's just I'm just streaming here. There's nothing I can do about that. Maybe we don't want to get too much of the super light stuff in there. Lighten up that blade there a little. See if I can't work that into some of the armor here. So again, I'm pretty sure these are from Khurzluk right here. It just kind of has all of the earmarks of a Khurzluk sculpt there. I mean, I could be totally wrong. Let me get that there. This guy here. I'm trying to work in some of this lightest stuff. So yeah, I have to constantly keep, I just had to refresh myself over here. So again, my apologies, but that's a Twitch thing. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm pretty glad that it didn't happen last night with this right here. That would have been most unfortunate. Now, I don't know if it's happening to other people. I can't really tell. It's not like I can go into other people's streams and see what's going on there. something tells me that it might be just kind of like Twitch-wide. It's happening pretty much to everybody. Because I didn't exactly see a whole lot of people watching Twitch. Let me try to get some of my light there. We got here. Let's try a little something in there. Now we'll be doing this with the much larger ones. Same deal. Now the other thing is we're going to have light being cast down onto the stairs and such here. We're just trying to, maybe that's a little more than we wanted there. So yeah, I guess that's not my internet then. That is just, I just had to refresh again myself. I mean, I'll keep going here, but after a while it might be a point of, what is that, what is that where we're just kind of barking up the wrong tree and we're not going to make any progress on that. I would like to keep that stuff available. Let me put that stuff over there. Let's actually, no, grab some of this and we'll try to get into some of the armor here. So yeah, now, I don't know what's going on here. Because again, it shows my whatever as it's as excellent as far as the quality of what is coming out on my end. Let me do this here. Okay, that's just a cloak there. So hapless Gondolian here getting maybe munched on by this big old warg here. You know what? I'm actually going to try and bring in a little bit of the umber here. Yeah, a little bit of umbar. Let's do that. Smush you down here into these recesses. Because, yeah, I'm like bouncing from 12 viewers down to 6. I don't know. We'll give this a half hour. If it does not clean up, maybe, well, I got lots of other work to do. Like finishing off videos and stuff. It just might be one of those nights where Twitch says, no, you're not doing this thing that you're, well, that you spent a lot of time getting ready to do. Let me do this here. Because, yeah, at first I thought it was, well, you know, one of those stupid update things, right, Armored Wolf? I feel, well, maybe that's what it is. Actually, yeah, Armored Wolf, I was expecting, you know, that October 14th date has come and gone. I didn't think I was still going to be getting update demands, right, Armored Wolf? That's also very odd. I thought for sure I wouldn't be getting any of those, but it still keeps demanding that I do updates. I thought that was all done with on the 14th. I wasn't sure if you were getting the same thing. Now here, a little bit of staining. You can see we're trying to do something a little bit warmer on this side than all of the cooler stuff over here. So it's not just a darker thing, it's also trying to get warmer stuff. We're going to do the same deal over here. Let's just do, maybe wipe some of that away. That probably here. Let me get a little bit more of the Van Dyke, or sorry, some more of the umber in there. Again, looking for something that is warmer, not just darker, but also warmer. Okay. Now let us start to think about the lighter reflected object source lighting here on the. These are just 3D printed basing bits here, by the way. Do I have? Let me grab that too. So we have this. Might even try a little bit of the ultramarine in there. And now we're going to try again, get ourselves a little bit of source lighting maybe here. Around our little spooky guy. A little something like that. Very much a dry brush. I had to make sure that the glazy stuff that we put on here had a chance to set first, of course, because that would have gotten a wee bit messy. So see that? We got the source light now reflecting onto that. Now this is a little trickier here because I can see some of the glazy stuff we did is not quite set yet. And you can see all that darker stuff on the brush. That's we got to go back. We got to refresh that. Drag this down here. This is a bulletin board cork again with the 3D printed basing bit. Hey there, Denethor. Nice to see ya. Actually, where was he hiding? I actually found him hiding somewhere. Where was he hiding? We actually got our Denethor here. I couldn't find. Oh, nope, that's not him. That's the wrong Denethor. We got so many Denethors, right? No shortage of Denethors, right, Denethor? So, Denethor, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Oh, there he is. Yeah. There's the new Denethor. So, yeah, I think we might be fighting a lost cause here. No idea what this is looking like recording-wise. Yeah, Denethor, I guess it's happening for everybody. Because I think, weren't you and Banco in another stream or something like that? When you just look at the Twitch landscape, there's not a whole lot of people streaming. And there's not many people watching. So it's a combination of a few things. This is not Radiant Blue. It is the Paul Rubens Sky. Oops, that's not Sky Blue. Here it is. This is also known as not Severus Blue. Yeah, it's a little bit cheaper there. And we got some Prussian blue in there. We got some ultramarine blue. This is from last night right here. And you can see, look at that. That's our homemade. Again, that's our homemade gold, our homemade bronze. That combination of the TMM, the non-metallic. So, hey there, Rottweiler. And of course, again, Denethor, you want to share anything in the chat, please, please go ahead and do that. So Denethor, I worked on several more of those concepts like we were talking about last night. Tried a Galactica one. I tried a the Dead Men of Dunharrow idea, and it did sort of work out okay. Let me do this. So again, we're just kind of getting some of our lighter dry brushy stuff. And we're adding a whole bunch of stuff to our Angmar army. Also, we've got all of the hobbitses here. So we'll be doing these tomorrow. We got all the hobbits. There's Frodo right there. Hey, Camda. Yeah, Camda, it's been mischievous. Nothing much we can do about it. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. Everybody please give Denethor a follow. And of course, again, Rottweiler, I know you guys are, well, you're kind of in the middle of Valheim. They're trying not to die, right, Rottweiler? So I think, yeah, don't try to share anything in chat because that would be a little distracting. Again, from trying not to die in Valheim. So yeah, we're still trying to figure out what is going on with all the settings in the GPTs for making the flats, because again, there's a set of parameters that work great. I say, oh, this is fantastic. Apply these to all the other ones, and it's a disaster. So that is just a bizarre circumstance. No idea why it works fine until it doesn't. No idea what's happening there with that. So again, we're trying to do a little bit here of our so we're gonna start getting some greens in there too. See that? See with that turquoise there? In fact, I believe that's what we're going to do now. We are going to go radiant green, also some phthalo green. Chuck in a little bit of the Prussians here. That should be much more greenish. Oh yeah. Might even go a little more phthalo on that. And that's going to start going into some of our crevices here. Because then we don't want it to just be blues. We're looking for other stuff as well. Oh, and by the way, 58 minutes ago, all 5 of these, how much paint was on them besides none? Yeah, you guessed it, there was none. There was no paint on any of these. And again, I'm pretty sure these are all Khurzluk files here. So again, trying to get me some other colors in here besides just our blue. Also, we even threw a little bit of violet in there too. Let me see what we can throw on this guy. Just again, not a ton here. There's not a lot of him. But yeah, we got two other big. I think, oh, shades. I think that's what I think the big guys are shades. I think these are your barrel wights right here. The other guys are shades. And then there's also specters. Which again, I have printed out tons of those. I just don't know where they are. Maybe I'm going to try to get some of that down into there. Don't blink, right, Camda? Don't blink. Let me hit again a little bit of the green elsewhere here. So, or turquoise, really. Not really green, it's more of a turquoise. And we're pretty much just working with all alkyds here, because I kind of need to be able to get to the photography side of this sooner rather than later. Now I'm extra glad that I bought even more magnets. I bought another set of those Litgo magnets. What's weird is they only have the 25mm round. They do not have 40mm rounds. Those self-stick, basically refrigerator-style magnets. Yeah, the Litgo, all I've seen, or Litco, all I've ever seen are the 25s. Trying to stuff some of that, again, some of that green into here. So again, great to see you, Denethor. And tomorrow, well, later today, you'll be seeing the next video on the Patreon page. It's going to be another Eldritch Foundry. I actually did print out the miniatures. I wanted to actually have miniatures printed out to kind of do a little final thoughts with that video. So yeah, we've got a little bit more of that video to film. Then that will get edited, rendered tonight, and then it'll go up on the Patreon page. Well, this morning, because it already is this morning. It is 12:44 here now, which means it is already a fabulous college football Saturday. And so far, it looks like that night is printing out well. I didn't see any errors. There is another build plate going right now. I think it's going to be a very long one because it's printing out the weapons. Now, I was again tempted to make this more like a dire warg or something like that, but I got other files that I think I might do for that. Who knows? Maybe because this one is one of them. A warg chieftain. This is from Navarrete Studios, by the way. So yeah, Camden, it's Imperial Knight. And obviously freehand is going to be the big thing. Freehand and weathering, the two things. I thought maybe we could try, we could definitely do a bunch of stuff with the dirty down on that. So it's kind of it's a twofer. It's meant to be all about freehand. Obviously we're going to use our GPTs to create a fabulous color scheme for it. Going into some of our radiant violet right here. Now, I have to say they did a good job of hollowing out parts. I mean, it's not just a giant torso, but they actually managed to hollow out other parts too. So it's not quite chewing up as much resin as I thought it was going to. That's one of the reasons why I hadn't printed it. It's because I thought, that's gonna eat up a big chunk of resin right there. Now look at this. See how dark that brush got. Look at that. That went from not radiant violet to basically Van Dyke brown in just a few brush strokes. So you can see how he's looking a little bit different now. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna just take all the paint out of there. I'm just gonna do that. Now we got this. That's going to go over Mr. Warg here. So I was not able to print out the mace for Sauron. So yeah, cammed. It actually hollowed out the torso and kind of like the waist pieces and the leg, some of the larger leg pieces with the big shin, with the big greaves on them and stuff. Because that is definitely something that could chew up a whole lot of resin. And again, Camda, if I don't know if you've had a chance to post some of your stuff in the chat there. Camda paints also paints with the oil paints. So everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. And then of course we have another vehicles. We're basically going to have like 3 vehicles workshop series going on because remember this. We're going to be doing this in Space Wolf colors right here. That is also, I think, going to be another dirty down exercise and such. So this is going to be a combo of snow. I guess we're still in the. Everybody has to keep refreshing mode here. All right. Let me see if I can't do. I'm gonna actually step away from him. Let that have a chance to set. We are going to take the Prussian blue. Come on. And some of our indigo here. This is going to be really, really, really dark. And that might go over some parts of the face there. Some of that too. So again, that's a quick way to establish that sort of interior glow. Up here on his hair, I guess. Some of that down here. Like you do. Remember, check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. And again, everybody, please give Camda. We just got a whole bunch of thinner on the brush. We don't want that. It'd be very hard to do a dry brush thing with a whole bunch of thinner on the brush. Just throwing that out there. More of our it's got to be even more of a dry brush. Also, there's a weird piece of little chunk of some basing stuff there that worked its way onto the brush. That I'm going to also here. Let's get a. There we go. Light, dark, kind of a middle tone light there. And again, for our Saturday stream, we've got a whole, but at least now all of this stuff is set for the Saturday stream. We're going to be painting up a couple of these right here. So painting up some shades with that same kind of basing motif there. And then we've got the 4 captured hobbits here. So there'll be some object source lighting on them, actually. Believe it or not. That is what's on tap for Saturday. Well, again, later today, essentially. Let me hit that again. A little bit of the darker dry brush, dusty stuff in there, whatever. Get a little more of that dark on his face. It's been a while. I think the last blue object source lighting stuff we were able to do was the, ironically enough, it was the Minas Morgul stuff, the Morgul Knights. Also, I think we did do some of that on our. Well, we know we never did get a chance to do the Rudar stuff. Again, that's when GW kind of, well, they didn't just throw a curveball. They changed the sport, took away the stadium, and hilarity did not ensue. Ah, yeah, we're doing this again, aren't we? So it's hard to tell. I mean, I don't even know if anybody is watching Twitch right now with all of this stuff going on. And apparently it's affecting everybody and not just me, which usually is the case. May hit this. And then we'll come back in again with some of our lighter stuff here, but we must have dark to show the light, so let's do this first. Now we'll go back around to him, and we're going to try to get some of the armor stuff going on here. We also want to have his cloak be more of like a Payne's grayish type of a deal here, so let's really get some strong darks into that. Let's restore those again. And it's a combination of our Mars black and the Payne's gray / indigo. Maybe we're going to also try to get in a bit of a sky blue here. So we're just going to try and dry brush a little of that in. Now let's also do some darker stuff with our metals here. So we have a bunch of middle tone. We don't have our lightest lights or the darkest darks pretty much at this stage right now, which is about what you'd expect. And again, we'll be doing tons of blood effect stuff on here. Actually, I could do that right now before we fool around with other stuff. I just realized, okay, if we're doing that, how about a little bit of fabulous Pearling Crimson? Okay. Which means, do I have it here? Yes, I do. We have our Alkyd medium. Let me just... Okay, there we go. I just wanted a little bit. That just put out a ton right there. So let me just move my Toro Rosa out of the way there, because that would be unfortunate. So we've got our Alkyd medium. We'll mix it in with the fabulous Pearling Crimson. Might as well put all this in here now before we get too involved. Look at that. Now again, we could also use the dirty down for this. And now we're just kind of going with our yeah, I just saw paint water tap out, and he's only been streaming for 2.5 hours. We'll drop that down over here. So yeah, this one is from Navarrete Studio. All the other stuff, like these guys here, these are from Khurzluk. Alright, I'm going to see if I can't start doing maybe some lighter source light type stuff. So again, here, let's get the some of our sky blue involved here. Get something lighter now over here on this. Now this is also a 3D printed basing bit. Oh gosh, not Make It Epic basing. I think it's Zabavka. Yeah, it's not Guma. It's definitely Zabavka, I think. We have tons of their basing bits. Well, then there's also some like here, this bulletin board cork. We've got some of our fabulous tile grout, homemade texture paste as well. Let me move a little bit more of this lighter glow stuff back in here. Come on, you should reflect a little more or project a little more light onto that. Our stairs here, I might do that same deal, same thing here. Start getting some of that light projected on the skelly friends on the stairs. Maybe not as much all the way down here. Where's the, yeah, here's the rest of that. So some here, and now we need that light going down this bit of stone here. Also over there. More of the sky, maybe even a little bit more of our green here. Try to bring in a little more light there, and also now again up here on the stairs. There's still some of the original kind of glazy stuff there in the recesses, so we can't go too quick with that. Another little secondary bit of this pin line wash for some interior light there. And now there's enough stuff on here that we're gonna start to get some wet into wet, it looks like, yeah. Wait, back to the kind of mid-range turquoise. Back to some of the lighter stuff in here. Where are we at with this here? Let me grab you as a blending brush, maybe. Ah, and I see we're still doing this. Okay. Let me do this. A little bit of the light on the column here. Like that. Yeah, that might be getting a bit too much there. Let's blending brush some of that away. Now also, too, this is not as light as we can go. We can go lighter than this. But we don't want to use that particular ammo just yet. We want to save that for places where we really, really want that extra kick. Like up around the face and such, and maybe even in the sword is another place where we would want some of that really hefty light to go.
So say we all.
Thank you so much, JS Twitch. Appreciate that. I hope that you're doing well there, JS Twitch. Happy Saturday morning to you. So JS, it has been very fascinating. This was last night's stream. This is the first Trench Crusade themed flat. We've got all kinds of new themes coming. I hopefully you saw the video here where this is our very first tutorial video on the Patreon page concerning the flats there. And it's been really, really, really interesting. It's only been not even, let's see, basically 10 days-ish since I first discovered I could even make those. So thank you so much, JS. Appreciate that. And again, I hope that your Saturday has been super fantastic so far. Saturday morning, that is. You know what? Let me get a little bit on my thinner setting on that. There we go. And again, what we're essentially making is something like this. Now we're going to get some more of our violet in there too. Don't you worry. We will get some violet in there. We're just kind of working in some turquoise at the moment here. And of course, JS, if there's maybe something you've been working on, big project or whatever, that you would want to share in the chat, please go ahead and do that too. Yeah, appreciate you being here. Now we're getting somewhere here, getting some of our light projected on the base elements here too. Like so. Yeah, there we are. We need some of that here on the underside of this. Definitely more of it right here next to him. Let's take out a little bit more of this too, yeah. Also over here, I guess by the crown-ish. Some light along there. Okay, we're working on 5 of these guys here. More of a really light light down in there. Yeah, we might come back into our stone over here with some more dark as well. Like in between some of these drums here. So thanks again, JS. Appreciate you being here, and thanks again for the sub. All the subs are appreciated. Of course, those help a ton. Okay. Oh yeah, then you know what? Let me do a little bit more of the lighter stuff here on the on that sword. Come on. You know what? Let me do a little bit of the lighter stuff up here now. Try this guy, and then I think we'll start to wander on. Oh yeah, let's go over to the other, since we got this latest stuff here. Let's go back to our warg and his little buddy. Again, they're just playing there, just having some fun. Let me lighten up the skellies a little more right there. Come on, lighter stuff for his eyes. And then again, I'm pretty positive that these prints here, these are from Khurzluk. We've done a ton of Khurzluk Lord of the Rings stuff over the years. Khurzluk printing goes over on Medbury, Dandelion in Middle Earth, Diwali. Now we added People 3D to that, Navarrete Studio. Oh, it's a Pegasus project, I believe, is the other one. Let me see if I can get that around. Yeah, around that. Now, also maybe this, and we're gonna try to also do the same glowing blade here thing on Frodo's sword when we paint him up on the Saturday stream. Try and create that same effect on him. I don't think he has any candles on his base, does he? Where is he at? No, no candles for him, so he'll have that kind of glowing blue blade there for Sting. Now over here, some more kind of glinty stuff happening with the metal here. Yeah, we got lots of midtones. We now have the darks, and now we do have to start to add in some later stuff here. Just kind of been waiting on that for a bit. We need armor that reflects on itself, of course. Starting to maybe put a couple extra whites or two on the fur of our warg. Let me get some of that Mars yellow deep in there. That's too much thinner though. Too much thinner. Let me try this. Also, again, a little bit of the Mars yellow deep to change up that color a little. Blending brush on that. Yep, that was a good idea. Some of that out here. And I just hit these super quick with the Oceanic Blue Stano-Res Primer. Just brushed that stuff on. Kept it as simple as possible. Nice to see you there, Doji. Hopefully a fabulous bakery run. Actually, Doji, I think I might just try to make some cupcakes or something like that for after the stream here. I think I've got this blueberry muffin mix here or something like that. Maybe we never made those. So we'll give those a try, see what happens. It'll be our own private bakery run. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. So Surface Tension, I tried doing some of the graphics we were talking about. GPT didn't really quite get the gist of Ptolemaic imagery, unfortunately. So the Galactica thing, yeah, it was very meh. Wasn't super excited about that. It did do a couple of more decent Lord of the Rings themed graphics. Doji, Surface Tension, you guys want to share some of your fabulous painted stuff in the chat? Like always, please go ahead and do that, of course. There's more of our reflections there. Gotta get those reflections in there. And of course, here is our result from last night. That was really fun. You can really see the what we did with the metals there. Whoa, look at that. Look at that. Just all kind of shimmery right there. Everybody check out the Insto link there that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Same thing with Surface Tension. More fabulous oil painted miniatures. Actually, I think Surface Tension, it was more just like a well, they thought it was a harmless prank. It was some of his buddies. They spread like liverwurst on him or something like that. They thought, what could possibly happen? It was just supposed to be to get the family dog just to lick him or something like that. Little did they know there was going to be wargs running around, right? Surface Tension. Yes, I think this was more of a prank gone wrong or something like that. It happens, right? Surface Tension. So again, everybody check out that link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. I mean, either that Surface Tension or this is a it's a special chew toy. It's actually just a chew toy. It's not actually a Gondorian soldier there. Everybody check out that link. That surface tension also shared. So we'll put him off to the side. We're gonna go over this way now. Let's start getting some of this violet in. We've been talking about this a while. Might even mix a little bit of the ultramarine into that. Oh, look at that ultramarine violet. Okay, there. Because what we're looking to do is, again, this, where we have that sort of combo platter of the some of the violet and some of the turquoise. And again, we've got a new video coming up on the Patreon page on Saturday. Our Saturday stream, actually, it's going to be Hobbits in a little different form. It's going to be the Hobbits held captive by the barrow wights. I think it was Conquest Creations, right? Landras did the barrow downs. Yes, I actually have. I don't know where the heck they are, but I did print out all of the barrows. Which means, oh, that's right, Rick. I could do a song about that. Yeah, the barrow downs. Never did do one of those. Hey there, Paintwater. How you doing? So Paintwater, you were doing some Blood Bowl stuff on stream, and I guess, well, Twitch was twitchy for you too, right? Right, Paintwater. Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So Paintwater, why don't you share? Again, I don't know if you have pictures of your Blood Bowl stuff, right now in your instas or whatever, but please go ahead and share if whatever you got there. And Paintwater, these have really been these last 9 days or something like that. Yeah, Paintwater, that's what people are telling me for sure. So, and here is again more of the flats. We made these all ourselves, 100%. Just made them ourselves. Because I've been doing this for 1 hour 37 minutes, and it still seems to be doing the same thing. So yeah, Paintwater, if you wanted to share anything in chat there, please go ahead. So yeah, I'm pretty sure these are the Khurzluk ones, right? Paintwater, the Khurzluk barrel whites. I've got some shades here that we'll be doing tomorrow. Well, later today on stream. Yeah, it's still doing the same thing, Paintwater. Oh, and also too, we got the little hobbitses held captive there. So yep, it's still doing that thing. Everybody check out that Discord link that Surface Tension just shared. So did it even let you raid Paintwater once you stop there? I wasn't sure if it was affecting that too. Okay, I'm just trying to find some of the dark. Again, we're working with some violet right now. We'll eventually get back again into some turquoise. Yeah, surface tension. I don't know. Are we like the only ones even trying to fight our way through this? Yeah, I'm really, well, let's put it this way, surface tension, better tonight than last night, right? When we were working on that I would not have been happy if that had been the case when we were working on the Trench Crusade flat. There was way too much time invested. Now here again, I did have to at the very last minute put all these things, get them all ready to rock and roll here. Again, as of about, I want to say 8 o'clock this evening, I only just started putting these on the bases. Thanks, Surface Tension. Could really appreciate that. So, link Surface Tension. Yeah, Surface Tension. It's still been weird with the GPTs where I basically, again, I have everything, as far as all the parameters. They should be all set. And then it's just like, oh, no, 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 they're not all set. I told you that everything was exactly the way I wanted it so I could make these things perfect every time, but it was all just a clever ruse. Yes, it was all just a clever ruse. It was tricksy, it was false. And again, everybody check out that Discord link that Paintwater Sommelier just posted, and everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Now, Paintwater is I saw that the Blood Bowl team was kind of magnetized on a tray there. I wasn't sure if your latest Lord of the Rings project, if that was all done, dusted, out of the way, because you were working on lots of hobbitses. Well, Surface Tension, there was a couple of videos that I saw where I guess GPT was becoming more, well, they were purposely making it more combative, that it was, or less complimentary or something like that, because people were starting to use it well, like as their imaginary friend, I guess, whatever. Now again, you can kind of see where it is where you see there's the violet. Now we have to get some of the mid-tone violet in there too. We were kind of doing the darkest stuff. Now again, these guys here, this is a Diwali one here. These are shades, aren't they? Paint water. And I'm pretty sure they go on 40s. Well, I don't care if they go on 40s or not. They're on 40s, and they're going to stay that way. I am not going to rebase those. Now, I was trying to describe it to Kathy's mom, their Surface Tension, that it's like a petulant teenager. Now, actually, paint water. I printed out a bunch of their. Oh gosh, what were they? Well, Dol Amroth. Yes, I printed out a bunch of Dol Amroth Knights. I thought I was going to be painting those up on stream, but then the flats happened, so that sort of changed everything. Well, also too, the floods. That was the other thing that changed stuff. Oh, the floods, of course. So again, trying to get some of that darker violet over some of this. So yeah, paint water. I'm printing out some of the Kingdom of Noldoreth stuff. Right now I'm printing out the river stuff. Oh, and the furniture, because I didn't realize that he made like furniture and stuff for that library. And the Oven Hall, whatever. So I'm printing out some of that right now. And actually, for whatever reason, it oriented one of the rivers like straight up and down. Like, remember Surface Tension? So Surface Tension, I definitely have to add some width to this, but I think we'll try to print these on the vertical and see what happens. we'll see. See what happens. See if that actually it should increase the resolution a lot, right? Surface tension just by virtue of being vertical, and you don't have that shallow angle kind of stuff going on that really messes up details. Because didn't you just do that? Well, you did on your Blood Bowl stuff, right? Oh, hey Landris, how many more things left you got on your table? Yes, I meant to ask you that in a message earlier today. Sorry, again, it's been a crazy day, super crazy. I mean, obviously it took a little bit longer, right? Surface tension, but I don't know. I think you would say it was worth it, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'd say, it was in the end. It was definitely worth the that extra time. I mean, if you're gonna spend that kind of money, right? Surface tension. I know time is money, but sometimes money is money, or shall we say, filament is money, and you might as well get the best result out of said filament. So actually, this is a good little test here. Now, I have printed other things that were kind of on the same wavelength as that, and it has made kind of a nice difference. So, whatever. Now, okay, yes, I think we can do this here. We're going to, where's our, there it is. There it is. There is our not radiant violet combining with actual violet. Now we're going to do this. Well, we're not using that, like a big old chunk right there. So see you later there, Doji. Well, hopefully we see you on the stream. Well, your Sunday, of course. So happy Saturday there, Doji. And again, it's going to be a fabulous college football Saturday. It already has been an amazing Friday. More carnage in the top 10. And I'm sure there's going to be more carnage tomorrow. I expect a bloodbath. Nobody is safe. Which, when you don't really care who wins or whatever, that's like optimal right there. And all you want is chaos. A little bit of the violet in here. We will then get some turquoise in there too. Right now we're working with essentially now a mid-range violet. It is not really light, it's not really dark. Hence the whole middle tone thing. So Armored Wolf, has there been any kind of, and of course it's the weekend. Yeah, Armored Wolf. Now it's the weekend too. It's like, yeah, let's create a big situation and then let's make it the weekend so we can't do anything about it because it's the weekend and everything's closed. I wasn't sure if any of that stuff has kind of if there's been any light. I don't want to say at the end of the tunnel because it's mostly just a freight train coming at you, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, I wasn't sure if any of that has kind of cleared up at all. Because I don't even know if you can like change destinations anymore, much less change the service and say, you know what, here, look, we're gonna change the service. I'm gonna chuck in an extra $5 or $10, and we're gonna go with priority or next day air or something like that. Or have any of it routed to the hotel or something by, again, the people who were sending it. And that whole, what is it, ground approved or ground attack? I don't know what the heck that is called. Ground advantage? I had never heard of that until maybe a month ago. Well, or it could be this surface tension. Could be this guy right here. If this is the light at the end of the tunnel, surface tension, you got some issues, right? Yeah, things may not be about to go in the direction that you were hoping for. So yeah, I'm liking the yeah, that's working. That's we're keeping it pretty much in line with this. We have to make sure we get some of our turquoise in there. Now, of course, using the dirty down, you can make stuff that looks a lot like lichen. See what I did there? There's, it is all. I can't even like look around to see who else is streaming. It looks like here. Yes, that is ultra extreme sports, right? Surface tension. Again, the hang gliding minus the hang glider plus the flames. Maybe work in, yeah, some more of this down here. We'll come back again with some turquoise too. Wow, that, okay, we gotta switch this around because wow, that wandered all the way down here. That's the, not the linseed oil, but that is the walnut based alkyd. This kind of like wandered all the way down here towards the violet. I'm like, well, okay, we need to mix up a new batch then. So again, trying to get some of this violet out here. Then we're going to work with some of the turquoise. Not that much over there. Might even chuck a little bit of this onto our Gondalorian here. Maybe get some of that on the cloak here. We'll let that mix with what's already there. Maybe get a little bit of that onto the warg here. And again, this one is from Navarrete Studios. Surface tension, not really. The only the only thing I use it for is for the blood effects. Otherwise, it's kind of yeah. It is. It's very much no bueno, at least as far as I'm concerned. The alkyd mediums are nasty. They're super translucent, super glossy, which that's why they work really well for well, again, blood effects. Not so much for anything else. So that is quite literally the only time you see those getting used here is for that. Yeah. Otherwise, it is a very much a pass on the all forms of alkyd medium. Doesn't matter whether it's walnut based or pineapple based. Don't care. That's well, I just would rather have the alkyd paints. I mean, it was a thought. It was a thought we had that gee whiz, if we could have the alkyd medium, and that would basically turn any paint we had into an alkyd, just like the metal medium, right? Or the iridescent pearl white turns any darker color into a metallic. Yeah, that shininess is brutal, right? Surface tension, I mean, it is just overpowering. And it also tends to make the paint very slimy, too. So, yeah, it's basically a whole lot of things that make it pretty much borderline useless. But there was no way to know until we tried it, and we found out, and we went, well, okay. And that's why I do that stuff on the Patreon page. We try stuff so that you don't have to, well, pay a bunch of money for it and go, well, gee, that didn't work. Now, the experiment with the cavalry figures or mounted figures in Eldritch Foundry, that was, again, that's a new video that's going up on the Patreon page later today. I was not sure what to expect out of that. There's more rideable critters than I thought there was going to be. I'll say that in Eldritch Foundry, and they'll probably add more. Now I know what I'm going to be asking for too in our next meeting is more control over the pose of the horse or the mount. There's really all you can do is like have them look in one way or another. And it is definitely, there's a little bit of a booby trap there again. If something goes wrong, you click on something, you better save all the time because there basically is no control Z. There is no undoing. You just get kind of sporked and that's it. Now surface tension. There was something that I was tempted to do, and I think somebody might have actually done this. So you know the marble dust that we use to add to our modeling paste. I was wondering if adding marble dust to the oil paint would be sort of like, well, now the thing is, it would definitely speed up the drying time for sure, kind of like, well, talcum or something, right? Except it would also alter the color, so you would have no translucency anymore, right? Because it would essentially almost be like mixing white with all of your paint. And there goes your translucency, which we're kind of relying on right now because, again, phthalo green and Prussian blue, those are colors that have a little translucency to them. See, I just realized, actually, there's, so yeah, we're going to have these 4 whites with those 2 shades, so we'll have a decent little start to an Angmar army here. We also have, I think we have at least 3 of these somewhere. Yeah, we got at least 3 of these guys. And obviously we'll make some Angmar Oryx too. So again, this is a little bit more of the turquoise in it. Yeah, fine, we'll darken you up a little bit more. Alright, let's proceed to another one here. So let's see. I almost read that as diet tomatoes there, surface tension. Tomatoes are kind of top of mind because, well, we kind of have this yet another little warm spell here. So it's kind of just as the tomatoes were about to kind of keel over, all of a sudden they make a little bit of a bounce back. So this is kind of like the third sort of rise of the tomatoes again. Which is I mean, okay, and then hopefully it also works for the peppers too, because it does look like some of the head high pepper plant is finally getting peppers on it. Like one of the really small ones, 2 feet away from it, actually has peppers on it, but the gigantic one has no peppers on it. Now I do have some calcium coming this way. Now it's obviously I'm not even really going to bother I think for the tomatoes in the garden, but there is the indoor tomato plant. So we'll try the calcium on that as a bit of an experiment. That way I know for next year, well, does this A work, and B, well, how much is too much? Now, surface tension fossils are very popular in the Wapo household because pretty much every youngster in the Wapo family at some point with Boy Scouts or even Cub Scouts made their way over to a Thornton quarry. Now, of course, the most common thing you were going to be digging up there would be trilobites. Well, essentially all kinds of forms of warm, shallow inland ocean type of life, because that's what this area used to be. Well, the entire central U.S. used to be just be a shallow inland ocean. Obviously, ice ages come along. That ends up carving out your Great Lakes, where you got a little over 20% of the world's freshwater supply. Yeah, I could see where that would be very much a helpful thing, surface tension. Yeah, let's do this. And again, the little trilobites there, I mean, that's super, super, super common form of life in said inland shallow ocean. Kind of basically almost like a gigantic Gulf of Mexico, or probably even warmer than the Mediterranean Sea. No, 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 no. Let me go to this one here. Yep, yep, yep. And this is again the Prussian blue, some of the phthalo green, so a very dark turquoise here. What else? So we just passed hour 2 now, and I think we will come back with some lighter stuff now too. I might even bring out the might even bring out our fast matte white even to go super super light on some of these things. Yep, Grant Oracle. It's been a nightmare since the get go, and I think it was let's see, Paintwater tried to raid, and and even the raid just kind of collapsed the other person's stream. So yeah, it's pretty much Twitch has been a nightmare. I think it was even before I started streaming. So sorry about that, Grant Oracle. Here's hoping that it improves tomorrow. Hopefully you're feeling better there. Well, hopefully everybody is, because everybody's sick over there, right, Grant Oracle? And again, here is the results of last night's stream. Again, you can really see that was super fun there. So now paint water, I guess. I'm just trying to think of how many hobbits does you have there now, paint water? Because I still have to paint up a ton more here. I mean, literally like dozens and dozens more hobbits I got to do here. I also have, oh gosh, at least three more hobbit buildings to paint. One of them is a that giant farm. So yeah, lots more hobbit stuff to do here of all types. Hey there, Diadems. How you doing? Nice to see you there, Diadems. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Don't mind a little bit of this right here. Appreciate that. And of course, well, let me see. Oh, that's right, Grand Oracle. I want to try to get some. I want to try and get some Battlestar Galactica ships printed up. Oh, thanks, Grand Oracle. Oh, that's got to do. Hey, Sea Dragon. Happy Saturday. How you doing? Oh, okay. So we're at 43% of a hype. I was like, where's? We got to be somewhere on that hype train right there. Oh, geez. Wow, Paintwater. I didn't know that printable scenery had actual like halflings. I'm so used to printable scenery for well, guess what? Thank you so much, surface tension. So thank you so much, Grand Oracle, surface tension, and diadems. Well, that's got us to 70, 68%. 68%. Where do we actually have our? Where? Oh, there it is. Here we go. It's been a while since we have seen that object right there. And Grand Oracle says we're gonna make it happen. Ooh, 86. Actually, well, paint water it's nice because you could have special characters. Oh, it wasn't Medusa Project. I think it was Empire Games or something like that. Remember those hobbitses were really nifty. Oh yeah. Right. Cause here's Bilbo Stabbins. Yeah, that was this was from that Empire Project. Actually, we did a whole bunch of these for the Patreon page. So I think what are we at? 87% it looks like right now. Yep. So thanks, appreciate that, Grant Oracle. That it's and again we will be painting up some of the captured hobbitses tomorrow. Well, later tonight on the stream. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Empire Games Grand Oracle, and he had a few like three different sets. He had kind of like Hobbit civilians. Ooh, that's got to do it. That has got to do it there. Yeah, there's a couple of those. Oh yeah, there it is. It has been successful. And here we go. Sound and Fury, signifying hype train. There it is. It's coming right at you. Look out. All aboard the hype train. Hype train. There it is. Hype train. There it goes. Look out. Oh, this is a little bit lower than it used to be. Now, is my... Oh, there it is. There you go. Hype train. Okay, I just lost one of my stickers there. That kind of like fell into... Yeah, there's no way I'm getting that now. I'll have to wait till after the stream on that. Surface tension. You just got me. I wonder if there's a way to create that effect or something like right surface tension. I don't know if there's a way to create that effect. But thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Again, it's been kind of a weird day, a strange stream for sure here, Grand Oracle. Not again, not quite what I was expecting. It was also quite a strange night already in college football. And something tells me that tomorrow's going to be all kinds of insane. Well, Saturday anyway. Actually, Sundays have also been really bizarre too. So I think this is just going to be the weird seasons here. So thanks again, appreciate that. And Sea Dragon, I hope that the convention goes well. And of course, say hello, like you already did. You know the folks, the Get Out the Lead folks there. I hope that they are still doing well. So see you in a bit there. Surface tension. See you in a bit. Have fun on that stroll. Stay safe from the death orb. Yes, don't let that death orb get you. Because well, you know the ancient Welshlandians, they know how to stay safe from the death orb. So thanks again, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. And it's definitely been a wee while since I had actually had to look around for where the hype train was. And again, my apologies that all of these streams are starting so late. But really been trying to work hard on a bunch of different aspects here, especially with the flats. So fully cloaked, safe from the death orb. The Welshlandic Space Agency is doing their jobs today. So Grand Oracle, I think, well, as of hopefully by the stream on later today, the final parts of that night will be printed out. So that'll be a new vehicles workshop series. That thing is going to be giant. Now, actually, Armored Wolf, I know it goes on an oval base, but I don't think it's the oval base that you use in MESBG. I think it's a what would you say? It's a narrower oval. It's big, but it's a narrower oval. So I'll have to shoot you a message because I'll try to find something and maybe print that out. I mean, I might have that size base already, but I might just also say the heck with it and just print one out. Nah, that's not really doing it there. Let's get rid of that. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I kind of it's pretty well hollowed. Had I known it was that well hollowed, I would have tried printing it sooner. I only have so much resin, and I thought, ooh, that's going to take up all the resin I got just printing up that thing. And there was all kinds of basing bits that I needed. Oh, that's right, Armored Wolf. You're probably still printing up tons of basing bits there too, aren't you? Actually, no. That's it. Actually uses the same base I think as MESBG. It's the Knight Armored Wolf. Yeah, I think it's a narrower, longer one. So here, let me. Okay, there we go. So there's apparently a frog. So there we go. And here, let's. How about one more of these? One more of these here. Let's get him out of the way for this here. Is it a hype train or is it a hypno train? Yes, you wish to use the oil paints. Yes, you wish to use the oils. We haven't seen a hypno train in a while either. Yes, if you suddenly find the urge to just do tons and tons of color charts to test out the oils or something like that, that is because you have just been hypnotized by the hypno train. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I'll probably be asking you again, later today or something like that. I'll Again, if I don't have something like that already, which I think I just might have, because I think Reaper might have even done some of those. Now we need more reflected light. Here, let me scoot some of that over. There we go. Okay. So thanks, Armored Wolf, because I'm pretty sure it did not come with a printable base. Ironically enough, I might actually have some sci-fi bases that are of that size already. I would prefer to make my own base. Oh, and Grand Oracle, maybe you heard already, but it seems like December/January is the target time frame for Eldritch Foundry to kind of make some of that basing stuff that I was requesting. So yeah, somewhere around December/January. That was their target date there. And of course, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow. So Camda, do you think you were going to give a try to the streaming this weekend and see if some of the crazy stuff was resolved there? Of course, as you see all this kind of going bonkers here with Twitch tonight for everybody. So yeah, Twitch is definitely being very, very, very twitchy for sure. And also too, they were going to kind of, these videos that I'm making. So again, I'm just about finished with the 4th Eldritch Foundry tutorial video. Some of those will also, I think, be going up on the somewhere in some kind of a store involved with Eldritch Foundry. Because, well, nobody else is doing tutorial videos except for me. And that deep dive into the when I did the monsters too, yes. So, well, I think there's like the Naga. There's the the different elementals. There's like an air elemental, stone, or earth elemental, whatever, and then your fire, water. So we did some stuff with those. I mean, effectively, you could kind of create some of the Sorcerer King's monsters there, I guess. Let me do this here. So yeah, sorry that kind of all has not quite gone the way you wanted it to there, Camda. Now, I know that you were looking forward to doing that even when you got back to kind of more regular type stuff. Now, we have the latest stuff in the face. But let me see if there's other zones here. Like maybe in the sword or other parts of the torso and such where we can go lighter here. So again, I appreciate folks trying to stay with this thing, even though you have to kind of, I guess, keep refreshing all the time. I have to as well. So I do appreciate that. Let me get, and you and Ron are still doing some Valheim there, right? Recoil. And of course, say hello to Mum and Squeak for me there. Well, that's good. That's good, Camja. And again, I mean, sometimes it just takes a while to get everything worked out. Maybe try to squeeze in a little bit more of this lighter stand. No, 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 under here. Maybe a bit of it all the way up on the top of these here. So again, trying to make that look a little bit glowy. Now over here, we gotta go opposite. Where is, use you, take some of that, and again, that has to be, it's not just lighter, it also has to be warmer. See, much warmer than that. So we'll figure this more like an ambient color here. Kind of Naples yellow. Maybe we'll get a little bit of the fast matte white in. Let me see what happens with this. Well, hopefully that everything still kind of continues on the upswing there as well. That was a crazy situation right over the last 2.5 weeks or so. But glad that has sort of turned out well. I think don't want to jinx anything. So yeah, again, I'm not quite sure what the recording will be like. There's no way I can tell while I'm streaming. I'm just hoping we got some usable footage here of our, I almost said Arnor, but our Angmar spooks here. So hello, ma'am, and of course hello to Squeak, because I'm sure Squeak pretty much assumes that she is the most important individual in the household. And everybody else is just there to serve the Squeak. Okay, there we go. So you got that sort of ambient light going on there now. We need to start doing that on this too. Where's my... Let's see, and how long have we been? Okay, so 2.5 hours. We've been battling away here for a couple of hours. That's good. The recoil. Oh yeah. Oh geez, recoil. There's a song that I never did send you. I got to send you that after the stream. Now I made it a few days ago. I've done some attempts, some reattempts at the Easterling song. Some other ones, those just have not worked out super well. Yeah, that sounds a bit well. There's I think I told you recoil about the neighbor's dog next door. That if Lulu is in my lap or anything like that, and the owner even like reaches towards her, she starts growling at the owner. It's really weird. Yep. She's never done that with me, that's for sure. Now let me go lighter with this, a little more neutral, not quite so warm. Yeah, let's just say recoil. It's been the point of some consternation for Delilah there next door. That Lulu pretty much just ignores anything Delilah says. Hey there, Arid. Well, geez, Arid, maybe you didn't have all the crazy Twitch stuff there. I see you have all kinds of people. Everybody, please give Arid Cat Wife a follow. Of course, Arid, why don't you share your Pinterest link there? I saw that Arid Can Games, I think, is streaming too, right? But yeah, Arid, it's been Twitch has been acting super weird. I don't know if it was acting weird for you as well. But we are painting with our oil paints here. We got a whole batch of barrel whites here. What, four of them? Yep, here's the fourth one. So we're painting a bunch of barrel whites also. We've got ourselves a little warg. He's having some fun with a friend of his, little chew toy or something like that. Hey there, Slang. How you doing? So, Ira, this is how this turned out last night. So again, this was the first of our Trench Crusade flats, and look at the shimmery metals in there. Again, this is all done with oil paints. We had our homemade gold oil paint, our homemade copper oil paint, and a whole bunch of others, and using the iridescent pearl white, mixing that in. So yeah, this was the stream last night. So thank you so much, Irid. Appreciate you being here. Now, of course, we have painted other series too. We have a kind of a four seasons one we've been doing. So there's winter and spring. We got fall over here somewheres. There it is. There is fall. And we got one more to do. We got summer. That one's laying around over here, I think. There it is. So these are 3D printed. Made these myself. And of course, again, Irid, if you want to post your Pinterest link in the chat there, please go ahead and do that. Same thing there, Slang. Why don't you post some of the stuff that you've been doing, miniature painting wise? Again, great to see you. Appreciate everybody being here. Yeah, so Irid, was Twitch being all twitchy for you too? It has been kind of a scourge for everybody tonight. Not sure what's going on, but it just it keeps everybody has to keep refreshing. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Iridicamwave just shared, and everybody can please give Iridicamwave a follow while you are at it. So yeah, Irid, it's been for a lot of folks, it's been they weren't even able to hardly able to do raids or anything like that. It has been mischief, well, Easter eggs, yeah. It's been an Easter egg kind of a Twitch night, Arid. So these are part of an Angmar army here. You've got shades, you have specters, barrel whites. Also, oh, here we go. We got we were doing these last year. These are the werewolves right there. And here you've got your four hobbitses. We'll be painting these up among other things tomorrow. So there's your hobbitses that have been captured by the barrel whites. That's the whole Tom Bombadil scene and all that kind of stuff. We've got a couple of more again of the shades. That's what these are, right? Paint water. These are the shades. The individuals are your barrel whites, and then the specters. Those are essentially, well, like dead elves and dwarves and orcs and such. So yeah, Arid, it's been a real, it's been a persnickety, let's put it that way. It has not been easy, and a lot of other folks been having a real hard time. But of course, it's selective, right, Arid? Yes, it seems to have been selective. Again, I'm just glad it wasn't last night when I was working on our thing that we did with the Trench Crusade flats, that would have been not cool. So yeah, and again, it seems to have kind of been all over the place, except maybe for some folks, I guess. Yeah, there was a bunch of folks, they just kind of even just stopped streaming because it just wasn't worth fighting it. May work in again more of our. Oh yeah, we need some more of our light over here. Light reflecting onto this. So again, everybody, please give Ear to Cam Wave a follow. So obviously more of our Lord of the Rings armies. Yeah, and these are pretty much all from Khurzluk here. The original one, this is definitely from Diwali. And we've also been working on this warg right here. This is from Navaret Studios. So our next stream a little bit later today, basically, we will be streaming some more of these guys. And then Monday, hoping that we're getting back to our Battlestar Galactica ships for Armada Mondays. Trying to get me a little bit of the, here's some of the dorks on the drums here on this column. So see you later there, Arid. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate that. And we are working with their oil paints like we always do here. Always oil paints. Just regular stuff out of the tube. No so-called miniature paint oil paints or anything like that. Nope. We're not doing that. Regular oil paints, definitely much better. In our cases here, mostly the alkyds. Here we're going to get some rusty stuff going on there very quickly. Let me work my way back to this guy here. We need to do some stuff on here that is not. Oh, I thought that was one of our Filbert style brushes that I just grabbed. Nevertheless, we got to do this anyways. And you can see, look at it, see how that brush turned very dark? It was like this, now it's like that. Why? Because this is all wet paint here. Granted, we probably put this up here, I want to say 2 hours, 10 minutes ago, something like that, but it's oil paint. A lot of this stuff, though, will be dry by this time tomorrow. Because A, we're not putting a whole bunch of paint on the miniature to start with, and we're also using the alkyd oils, which means they will dry quicker. Now, if you're using a bunch of, well, Egyptian violet and Indian yellow, right, Grand Oracle, you'll be waiting a while. It's going to take a bit for that stuff to dry. And yeah, 2 hours, 34 minutes, all 5 of these miniatures. They looked, well, just like this. They were just this oceanic blue primer. Just brush that stuff on. That's what they all looked like, is just that. Including our Warg and his little buddy right there. Again, they're just having some fun, just up to some hijinks. I think the one guy's just resting there. Not really. I don't think we want to put too much of the lighter stuff on this column here. And the figures themselves 3D printed from Khurzluk. The kind of the basing bits there. Those are from Zabavka. Some really nifty basing bits. And again, you can see we've kind of been getting the turquoise and the violets and those really, actually I might go even darker blue here. So we'll get our indigo and Prussian blue together again. That is going to be a very, very, very dark blue. Thank you so much, Armor for posting a link to the YouTube channel. So that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel there, if you want to see things like that Trench Crusade flat that I was showing a little bit ago, that just went up onto the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. So if you want to see how this one went down, it is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Just put that up there earlier today. Also, we got some step-by-step images on the Instagrams there. So again, combo of the YouTube channel, the Instagrams, trying to make sure that if people missed the stream or may even missed that earlier portion of the stream before they were able to join, that way they got some way to see, okay, well, how did this start out? What was it like in the early stages? Let me see if, yeah, okay, a little bit. Oh, yeah, that's definitely up here. We're really going to try and darken this down. The, well, hair, for lack of a better term. Some of the bones. Maybe darken a little bit of the cloak there. Now, let me see what I can do on some of the armor bits here. Like so. Again, putting some darker stuff on here. We don't want to wipe out all the light. I mean, we won't have a whole lot of source lighting that way, will we? If we wipe all that out. And we'll do, get a little bit more of that. Yeah, that dark along the edge here of this cloak, cape, whatever it is. These are all 3D printed from Khurzluk Miniatures. We've done tons of stuff from Khurzluk. I think our Arnor army is made up of Printing Goes Ever On and Khurzluk stuff. Yep, I think those are the two. I think there might have also end up being some Diwali stuff too. Oh, hey, Paint Water. I think Diwali is actually going to do. Oh, whatchamacallit, your little forest sprites there. Yeah, they're gonna be doing those guys. The Wozers. Well, there was a preview of, was it Dom Garriond or whatever his his name was. So yes, I think Diwali's going to be doing the Wozers. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Sleepy Slang. So yeah, Paint Water. I know that Printing Goes Ever On. They were the only other ones I think that ever really did stuff for the Wozers. It was really, really difficult to print out. They were almost a bit like really giant fat hobbits or something, and they always snapped off of their feet. There was almost no way to print those things. So I'm hoping that the Diwali ones are a little bit easier to print than the Printing Goes Ever On ones were. And I guess I don't really know if Printing Goes Ever On is doing too much Lord of the Rings stuff anymore. That's again kind of why I gravitated over towards things like Papal 3D and well, still doing Diwali. Now Khurzluk is kind of sort of still doing Lord of the Rings stuff ish. You know what? I'm gonna darken you down a little bit up here too. Now we're gonna try to maybe get a couple of like cracks or something here into some of these drums. So again, these also 3D printed bits here. Yeah, I'm gonna use you. Bit of a blending brush there. Yep, something like that. That's a little bit more of our darker blue. In you go. This guy now. And also the same thing, just going to try to darken some of these features of the face down here, especially where they're right next to the latest light. So I think, let's see, but we'll have 4 of these whites, we'll have 3 of the shades. And then again, our crazy little hobbitses. We'll be painting those on the Saturday stream. Those, actually, there's going to be object source lighting on all 4 of them. Little tiny candles on the other hobbitses, and then Sting will be, we'll just have Sting glowing blue. Yes, there might not be any orcs in the barrows themselves, but I wonder, is there? Okay, we're fine. We'll push that up a little bit further there. Now, this guy, get the really dark stuff on him. On the face here, that really should stand out against the almost straight up white that is on there. Maybe make some parts of the hair a little darker here too. Possibly even liven up the darks in there. You can see we kind of highlighted this a little bit. Right, he's projecting light on that. Let me turn him over. Get some more of our dark in here. Might need to go back and get some more of our Prussian blue or ultramarine blue into this. We don't want it to be too neutral. Maybe a little more indigo here. Let's see how that goes. We have plenty of violet on there. Yeah, let's roll with that. And not right there. Okay, maybe I also thin this down a little. There we go. And again, these are all from from Khurzluk here, except for our Warg. He's from Neverett Studios. And I think we might even have 4 of these werewolves here. I know there's at least 3 that we did last Halloween. Okay, and well, I have about a bazillion different versions of the Witch King printed and painted, so. Yeah, here, let's get some darker stuff in our stone there. Alright, we're just about there. We sneak in some more of our dark in there, and that really does make the eyes seem a whole lot brighter. Back to this guy, maybe. Indigo. Maybe here. Let me get some of the ultramarine in there. That blue definitely is much more red in it. Prussian blue, much more of a greenish blue by comparison. Cobalt blue is another one of those. Definitely a blue that's more tinted towards the red for sure. It's also super expensive. I mean, whether it's oil paints, acrylics, or watercolor, cobalt blue gonna be expensive. And any of the heavy metal colors will be that same like your cadmiums. Especially the Welshlandic cadmium gray shade, because the Welshlandic people don't allow that to leave their borders, so very rare. Much like sunshine in Wales. Let's get the darker here on this guy too. I'm looking up there. We don't have any. Now I might go a little bit. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of our maybe lighter teal colors. So we got this. We've got our. We get a little thinner here on this. Not radiant green to break that down a little. That's kind of been sitting there for a little bit here. We're just breaking it down with some thinner. Trying to get all the gloops and globs off of the. I think we did that. Yeah. Might even get again a little bit more of our fast matte white in there to make it even lighter. And this is kind of going right next to some of that violet we put in there. So we have kind of a green violet contrast going on there. I'm gonna work that into this side. Maybe over here might also think about some of the violet too. I will do that here. Let's get some of our radiant violet there. Some of that. Let's try that on here. Yeah, that's got kind of the value we were looking for, but now a different color. So more towards again a grayish violet, I guess. We also have a soft brush here that we can use as a blending brush. You can see we're just kind of doing this little tap thing here. This is why the oils are so incredibly efficient, because all I have to do is just chuck that on there. We take this softer brush, And that essentially is blended instead of a whole bunch of layers of paint. Hashtag no layers with the oil paints. No layers. Blending brush, yes. Layers, not so much. Not so much with layers. Those just gonna slow you down. I mean, all kidding aside, there's just no point to do that. Well, when you can do something like this, right? You slap a color on there, slap another color, whatever, and then take a third brush that maybe didn't have any paint in it, like this here, and just do some taps like that. And now we got ourselves a bit of a blend there. Much easier. Still feeding some of that violet in here. Now again, get that weird hard edge there. Watch this. Just tap at it with that brush, and we don't have that sharp edge anymore. Don't want to make that too light. Again, we want this to be our light, don't we? Blending brush again here on the little skellies there. Bring out, okay, a little bit of warmer, grayish, neutral mid-tone on some of the landscaping here, and was hoping to maybe get a little bit of the snow effects on this too. Almost doing a little bit of dry brush stuff, even with our really small liner brush. Again, that is a 18-0, the short liner. That does not refer to the bristles. That refers to the handle. Because if you just get a regular liner brush, this that handle is going to be long enough. If you chop that up, you could probably have bonfires that could like illuminate entire landscapes. So yes, the short liner refers to the handle only. We also have to factor in that on here we're going to have our snow effects, snow and maybe icicles. If I had some of my little trees on there, we could certainly do the icicles. Hey there, it's Manuel. How you doing? So yeah, Manuel, we're doing some more of the blue object source lighting. More of that to come tomorrow. Working on some shades here. So these are for the Saturday stream, even though it's already Saturday, right, Thranuel? So Thranuel, like how you've got the almost like reversed hours there. Yeah, where the day is almost inverted for you. That's pretty much what's going on here. Yeah, basically the day is inverted. Night is day and day is night. There we go. Again, I'm mixing up some of this here. Now, in Thranuel, remember I was saying I was going to try and print out a night. I kept calling it a Titan during the stream last night, but it's actually a night. So that's going to be a new vehicles workshop series on the Patreon page. I just have to figure out what do we want to do freehand wise on that. Since that other vehicle has got the Space Wolf imagery, it won't be Space Wolf stuff. Now Again, not going to do too much later on this base here. Why? Because we want our snow effects to be there, right? Snow effects gonna, if the base is painted very light, by default the snow is gonna look really dingy, and we don't want that effect. So yeah, Thranuel, I got lucky that he did a really good job with all of the hollowing. So I mean, it's still going to use up some resin, but definitely not as much as I feared that it would use. Where it would just be like, okay, here's a whole container of resin, which of course would still be way cheaper than one of the knights with all of the fixins. I mean, there's literally every weapon thing. There's the shield, flamer, the heavy bolter thing. There's a las cannon. There's two different types of essentially melee weapons. We never did get whoops, that's too much reflected light. Look at this blending brush returns like that. Hopefully you were able to finish building the stuff that you're hopefully gonna eventually get the time to do some painting on. Putting some more of our wait, darker there, and then move over here again. That's got to all go down. So maybe that was a little more than we want here. Back to our sort of sky blue here. Take that away from the very edge. So we can soften up a couple of those edges there. Now we need a little bit of skin tone, and that's where we're going to bring in our Terra Rosa and that Naples yellow. Come on, other hand here. A little bit of the light on the face. So yeah, this is this print, Navarrete Studios. Your other, I almost said your other wargs, your other wights, barrel wights here, those are all from Khurzluk. Let me take maybe this brush again. Okay, here, let me get all the lighter opaque stuff out of that. We're going to go back to this the umbar there, some burnt umber. It's kind of semi-glazy. Now the reason why this is almost a bit of a glaze is not because of the thinner making it translucent. That color is already semi-translucent. We could dry brush it on there, and it would still almost look again kind of like a traditional glaze. One of the driest glazes ever, though. We now need to get something a little lighter on the chest there. Maybe we will use this violet here. Maybe let some of the Mars yellow deep work its way into that. Now, here, let me get back to this brush here. So this is essentially a craft brush. And all of the brushes here, they're all synthetics. There's no sable or anything like that. Stopped using sable brushes many, many moons ago. For the price and the longevity, you're actually better off with just the craft brushes. Just get the craft brushes. They get destroyed. Whatever. You have many more. And it's not the oil paints that destroys them. It's just the rigors of painting all of the figures that we're doing, plus all the terrain. So again, this has a wee bit of that kind of warmer violet in it there. So we just wanted to keep maybe trying to lighten up a little bit more on the chest here. And yeah, this is a craft brush that's seen a lot of action. Yeah, you could kind of see there's almost more like a reddish brown, a little bit of the Mars yellow deep in there, so kind of a yellow ochre in there, except that's a much more opaque and solid yellow ochre than, well, regular yellow ochre, which is a bit like your umber, much more translucent brown. Keep in mind that, okay, so Terra Rosa, Venetian red, whatever, Mars orange, versus something like a burnt sienna. The difference there is the burnt sienna is quite literally cooked. That makes it darker, but it does make it more translucent. So the yellow ochre is generally lighter and more opaque than, say, something like burnt sienna or what is the other that a little bit like, because burnt sienna very much a red. Raw sienna, that's it. Couldn't tell you the last time I used raw sienna. I got a bunch of tubes of it because, well, a lot of your starter sets tend to have that because, well, it's a cheaper color. I'm pretty sure, well, maybe Schminke is different, but the Williamsburg starter set, one of the very few starter sets for the oils, where even the starter set it's their regular paints. The tubes are smaller, yes, but the paint is the same as what you would get out of a regular large tube. Your Gamlin 1980s, your Winsor Newton, oh, what the heck are those called? I keep thinking of the Griffin Alkids, the Wintons, yeah, that's right, the Winsor Newton Winton starter sets. Well, again, first of all, those are going to be much wimpier paints. Things like ivory black, raw umber, that sort of thing. Well, oh geez, well that's better there, Valfera. So not Valfera, just was talking about the difference in things like, say, Mars Yellow Deep. Sort of that same conversation of we are all pigment red 101, right, Valfera? But kind of also the difference between, say, well, a raw umber, a burnt umber. Burnt umber is going to be more translucent because of literally the process of cooking it. So that's good there, Valfira. Well, Valfira, what you cannot miss. That was of all the major concerns, Valfira, you cannot miss Vandy versus LSU. Now, is that in the swamp or sorry, is that in Death Valley or is that in Tennessee? That's the question everybody wants to know. Because if that's at Vandy, hmm. The other thing, Valfir, I don't think I've actually seen a home game at Vandy this year. That they're still rebuilding the stadium, right? I'd have to say, Valfir, between the NFL and your college game there, this whole idea of, well, we shouldn't bother competing because, well, this other team is just going to win. I don't know how much of that I heard before the season. It's like, well, they shouldn't bother make this move. They're not going to win. This other team hasn't won already. It's like, so they played 0 games, suffered 0 injuries, yet somehow they have won this mysterious championship already. Hey, Felonious Monk, how you doing? Great to see you, Felonious Monk. Now, of course, Felonious Red of old days now is basically Windsor Red because it's the Alkid version of Felonious Red. And Felonious Monk, check this out again. This was last night's stream. I had a lot of fun with our homemade metallic. You can really see the difference between our bronze and the homemade gold there. So great to see you there, Felonious. Definitely hoping that we can expand, obviously more Trench Crusade flats, but I've done, oh my goodness, I think, what is it now, Recoil, about 14 different Lord of the Rings designs. Now, Velfira, I think you heard me earlier talking, I was trying to do some Battlestar Galactica designs. It just, it did a weird thing, even saying brand new. So I think I might just have to start up like a whole new, not just a new chat, but a new project for the BSG stuff. So, oh yeah, look at that. Getting some nice dark snow in our wargi here. I think they kind of stomped on him a little bit, didn't they, Valfera? I don't know if that was in Minnesota. And now, obviously, Ohio State is probably favored to win their game by multiple touchdowns, but then, so are other teams. Oh, it's at Vandy? That's why they're favored. That is it. Now, that's also sometimes, Valfira, that's where, teams can run into a little bit of a buzzsaw when all of a sudden you're not the underdog anymore. And that's kind of been your modus operandi for years. Yeah, I'm thinking, Valfir. Something tells me that's just not going to be that might be a. It may not be a, multi-touchdown loss, but I just don't really see that. Maybe if it were at Neyland Stadium, that'd be a different thing. Let me try to work in, yeah, some of our darks in here. Yeah, Vilfir, I have a feeling, and again, I think it's after this week, right? That's when you have the first real rankings, right? Your playoff rankings. Now, do I need to get more blue? Not the sky. Here, let me. There we go. That's got a little more of the Prussian blue, or well, now it's got ultramarine blue in it. Because I think We needed to make our midtones a little stronger here. Yeah, okay. Now, is that in the Shoeville Fair or is that in Madison? Now, Ohio State also seems to be another team that's kind of climbed above that whole. We're going to be ranked number 2, and they get do a Penn State or do a whatever in Miami. Well, let me see, Fair. Let's see. It's yeah, in about 8 hours or so. Vandy versus LSU. I think if Vandy wins that game, now obviously there was the loss to Alabama, but I think if they win this, they still have at least a fair chance of getting to the playoffs. Well, it doesn't hurt that everybody else keeps losing, right, Velfira? Let me work in some of this. And I'm still convinced that we have to get maybe some darker stuff on his claws too. But remember, he's going to have snow effects. Like, where's our werewolf here? So think that right there. That's going to be on the base. So we're really not painting anything on the base at all. We're doing this here. So I guess what kind of a transport is it gonna be like one of those almost more like a bus or something like that for getting you back to the casa? Yeah, what's weird surface tension is that hasn't happened to me in a while. I mean, it's been a good hour, at least 50 minutes or so surface tension since that last happened to me. Actually, I'm gonna credit Arid with fixing that because ever since Arid's raid, that has not happened. Now, here's hoping that you get back there, Velfer, and you just kind of can sleep everything else off. Yeah, I didn't want to jinx it there, surface tension, by saying anything. Drawing the attention of big acrylic, right? Surface tension, don't want to do that. Yes, the gaze of big acrylic falls upon you. That's going to be, it's like the eye of Sauron, right? So, darker on the claws here. And again, this is from Navarrete Studios. So if you check out the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, you will see a whole bunch of the Navarrete Studios ring rates. That's with the fell beasts there. Oh, we still have to finish off Smaug. That's right. Jeez, Velfera. Yes, Smaug is still sitting there waiting for his oil paint. Velfera, it's very much a thinking from a different time. I mean, how many unranked teams have we seen not just go in and beat top 5 teams, but beat them like a drum? And this game was in Miami too. Yeah, this wasn't like they're playing on Louisville's field, homecoming, like a Penn State style whiteout or something like that. No, this was just a garden variety home game for him. Let me see if I can get some lighter stuff on the chompers here. Okay, yeah. Let's use this. Now again, we got all the blood and stuff going here, but I think we do need to. This is some pretty short fangies right there. Now again, the shiny stuff right there, that's our blood effect that we did. We are gonna try to do a bit more here. We will take said red, we'll mix it with some of that. And now we're gonna have that kind of streaming down here. With a little more detail and a little bit less of the shinies there. Well, remember the last, 2-3 weeks, Valfira? What have we been talking about? There's the phrase, that was a good loss. I think we're going to, that's going to leave the lexicon. There will be no such thing as a good loss anymore. They will just be wins and they will just be losses, and that is it. We're not going to judge you on how nice the win was or how bad the loss was or how good the loss was. You know what? I might need to get a little bit of this on the other side too. Okay, so I think now we've got that a little bit better arranged here. I think I printed out the Papal 3D wargs. Just like everything else Papal 3D, they tend to look exactly like they do in the movies. There. And some more here. There we are. All right. Why don't we pop in a little more of that there? You know, I'm just going to get some of that over the warg's nose. What the heck? Yeah, this guy right here, he is definitely going to need a little bit of aspirin after this play session here with the dog. Now, should you, sorry, Velfir, I have not had a chance to try to even make the height map or bas relief of the autocorrect monster. I have to kind of find the original image. Actually, we don't have stickers of the autocorrect monster, do we, Recoil? Holy smokes. But this is the autocorrect monster we're talking about. If you post something in the chat and he unjustly modifies it, as autocorrect does, right? Definitely take revenge on him. Bring him to the light. Expose him to the light. Don't let him. Don't let him just lurk there in the shadows. So yeah, recoil. It's this. It's kind of like in with AFL where you have the percentages, and you've got, say, Geelong and Collingwood. They have the same record. Geelong actually beat Collingwood, but instead of using the tiebreaker of head-to-head, they're using the their percentage, because one team won games by bigger margins than the other. So yeah, Felonious Mark. There's a whole bunch of bunk. There's a whole bunch of new animations like that. There's there's the pyramid, right? There's the new builder of the pyramid with all the little very enterprising workers. They must all be Prussians. And then there's the Wapilius Spellbrush that is the basically the Albi back screen now. Gee whiz, Rico, sorry about that. I completely forgot that we have not done a autocorrect monster sticker. Rico, did you try to do any of the bas relief things? And again, the key thing is the polished bronze. You really need to have that in there. You need to have the height map. Again, just trying to get in some of these really deep darks here. Again, this is from Navarrete Studios here. Oh, you know what we haven't done yet here? Let me get the fast mat weight out here. Oh, and that's going to be here. This 1 second. Let me close that up. Fast mat weight is here. So we're gonna put this out there. Oh, geez, that's right. Sorry, Rico. I keep forgetting about that. I keep forgetting. All right, we're breaking this down, and so we're almost 3.5 hours in. Again, we are working on 5 miniatures. Yep, 5 miniatures. Of course, it was only a couple of weeks ago with the Urukai where we did 3 streams, and each stream we did 10 miniatures, and each stream was about 5 hours long. Yeah, recoil. Well, let's see. I think I sent you the recent one. Yeah, the one of Edoras. Let me see. I think I did Minas Tirith, Edoras, and the Army of the Dead, right? The Dead Men of Dunharrow. And I thought going with Oathbreakers recoil for the text on there. I don't know. Maybe I don't include that, but it just seemed kind of fun to have that included in the text there. So again, now we really have our shiniest metal here on our on Steve. Yep, Steve is not feeling too well. Actually, Valferry, you probably felt a lot like this though when that happened. I would imagine it kind of felt a little bit like this. Like he just got chomped on by some big warg or something like that. Yep, it's a tough day for Steve, right, Felonious Monk? Now, actually, we're talking years and years ago. We're talking about what 2008 or 9 or something like that. When I actually was able to play MESBG on a regular basis, there was the guy that I played. He was always playing Gondor, and there was one guy we called him Steve, and he always survived. For whatever reason, he always survived. I mean, the rest of the army would get annihilated, but he managed to survive. So we gave him a fate point. So Steve had an extra fate point because somehow he had a knack for surviving catastrophic campaigns. Well, again, I think he just has him mixed up with one of his chew toys, Surface Tension. I think it's all just a misunderstanding. Here, let me try to get a little more of that light down here on his paws. We even wanted to. Now, of course, it'd be easy to do now. You could actually have. Oh, you know what? Hey, surface tension. I wonder if you could have GPT make some really nifty character cards. You know, whether it's for the MESBG stuff or your OPR stuff, you take a picture of your painted miniature, you shoot that into GPT, and I wonder if GPT would be able to do like all the stats and stuff. Actually, Velfira, as you're talking about that, it could be very interesting. Let's say if it went beyond bas relief. What if there was a way to actually have that character coming out of the mosaic, not the mosaic, but the fresco, and the fresco is sort of cracking Velfira because essentially the fresco is coming to life. Now I'm gonna forget that Velfira. It's like probably 2 minutes from now. That could be kind of interesting, wouldn't you say, there, Velfira? Might almost work for the autocorrect monster. So surface tension, it starts to alter it right just that little bit. Now surface tension, I'll try to send you some of the Lord of the Rings themed things that I'm trying to make into the bas reliefs, and you'll see. I'll try to send you ones where like did multiple permutations, and you'll see. Well, actually, the nativity one. Yeah, you want to see frustration? I'll send you those. And it kept making it like lighter and lighter. It kept screwing it up more and more, like we were talking about last night. So yeah, we're starting to get some of the lighter stuff on his hair there. Now, Camden, did you ever have any success? I know you said you were kind of getting close with the bas relief settings there in GPT. I had no chance to play with that today. There was no way. It was today was just kind of a. It was all about trying to get those prints going. The next batch of prints. Yeah, Bill. I mean, as much as I like the idea of just kind of freehanding that right on a wall, it actually coming to life and coming out of the wall. Now I'm trying to get a little bit. Yeah, there we go. A little bit more of an eye for our warg right there. Well, technically, Camda's got homework. He's got to figure out. He's got to keep working on that solution there for making being able to make the finding that just that sweet spot. Of course, that's the thing, Camda, is you find the spot. It works until it doesn't, right? Because this was my most success with the winter summer. I did the same settings that we did on this, on the Lord of the Rings stuff, and it failed. And again, I've had some that they worked really, really well until I brought them into the slicer. And they almost always have to be repaired first. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Linseed Oil YouTube channel. So that thing I just showed, that Trench Crusade bas relief that we painted on stream last night, that is already up on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there. There will never be ads there because the whole point of that channel is, well, so you can watch things maybe that you did not get to see the first time around. Alright, so he's starting to really look more like he is supposed to. We got a lot of nice, building up some nice lights here on Mr. Warg. Again, I was thinking of making this a fell Warg, so basically it would be, something along the lines of like this here. Speaking of which, here, let me get back to some of these dudes now. With our lightest light, definitely have some target zones for that. Like in here. So yeah, can't. That was just I couldn't understand how it's like I printed out these really successful ones, and then all of a sudden, nothing was successful anymore. And it was the same parameters, and they even looked fine. So I thought, well, we are gold. We are absolutely gold. We're good to rock and roll, and then we weren't. All right, you know what? I'm here. Let me. Can't have too much thinner with this though. Also here on the sword. Maybe even here along the edge-ish, maybe. Now, Felonious, there's tons and tons of videos on that. It's part of Army Painting series. It's part of Diorama. There's several basing episodes on that. We did it with some of our Conquest stuff. This is the crushed glass snow. And then also with the icicles here. So I probably have about 20 different videos of that Felonious Monk. Some of them, again, are part of Army Painting series. Some of them are actually, there's probably even some live streams. So there wouldn't be the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, but for sure the original YouTube channel, that one definitely has some of the crushed glass snow. So yeah, surface tension. Let's see. In the last 40 seconds, I believe all of the YouTube rules changed about 20 times. Wouldn't you say, surface tension? Wait, whoop, they just changed again. Whoop, they just changed again, surface tension. Actually, the rules change before you say the rules changed again. Yes, before you can even say that, the rules have changed. So again, we're just trying to get a little bit of our reflected light here on the stones. No problem there, Felonious Monk. I'm trying to think the most recent army painting series that had the crushed glass snow. But I know the Conquest Nords, so the Valkyries and the Werewargs. Yes, the Valkyries and the Werewargs, we did crushed glass snow on those. And it's really amazing stuff, Felonious Monk, because you can do the melted snow. There was a thing. Oh, yeah, it was one of the Kathy miniatures. The basically that kind of like Christmas type scene. Felonious, some of the new stuff on the Patreon page is unbelievable. I think how many new series have I added, Cam, in like the last 2 months? There's also an airbrush series now, Felonious. So Felonious, that's been happening all night long. It shows just fine for me. Yep, because I'm just rolling along here. So, yep, Thranduil says it's working fine for him. Candace says still fine there, too. Again, trying to get the... Ooh, let me get that lighter stuff all the way back in there. Let me try that again over here. So again, sorry that Twitch has been all twitchy tonight. I would guess, Camda, that the folks that have all the big contracts and stuff, it's fine for them. Uh, is there like a TwitchCon or something going on this weekend? I forgot to ask. Because remember Armored Wolf in the past when we would have all kinds of problems? It's because there was something like a Twitch or some big Twitch thing, and they basically were using all of the bandwidth for the top paid guys that they do, and then the rest of us basically fought over scraps, whatever was left of the bandwidth. Let me try to work in here again some more of this really light stuff here. But that was really an epidemic early on, wasn't it, Grant? Remember that? That happened all the time early on. And then they made it impossible for anybody to become, what is it, partner? Yeah, I think it's partner, right? They made it basically impossible for you to be able to do that. Ooh, no, 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 no. Let's roll on back here to our sky blue. Let's do that instead. Some of our sky blue here. Now, I'm pretty sure, well, actually, every figure that we paint on the next stream is going to have some form of source lighting, whether it's a glowy sword or an interior glow like this. Let's see, I think 3 of the little Hobbit captives have some candles on their bases. So yeah, we've got ourselves plenty of glowy source light on the next stream. Because reasons. Let me go back to this turquoise. I'm a little bit more of the phthalo green in there. And this is the phthalo green. Well, I guess we should now have to kind of say blue shade, because now we have the phthalo green shade. And that is kind of interesting. It has a lot of the properties of phthalo green, but it's almost like we sort of mixed a little bit of Indian yellow with it. It's definitely going to be well, I think it's so funny, Velvet, because the object source lighting makes everything take so little time that it kind of takes the challenge out of it, right, Velfira? Now, here again, we're doing this thing. You know what? Let me get a little bit of... Actually, put a little bit of our green paint on the brush there. So Felonious Monk, we stopped doing that years ago. It took way too much time. Just work right out of the tube now. Difference is our fluorescent and our metallic paints. We put them in these because these stand the test of time. Felonious. Last night on stream, I used one of those that I made at least 2.5 years ago. So the gold metal that you see on here, that actually was made years ago on a tutorial video on the Patreon page. And again, that has stood the test of time because those are very much airtight. So Felonious, there's been a lot of changes to the approach. A lot of changes. So things like pre-glaze, you don't see that as much anymore. Also, the alkyds have also kind of really come to the fore, especially things like the Paul Rubens alkyds. So yeah, there's been a number of changes, even just over the last few months, as in very, very substantial changes in the approach because, well, new discoveries, new technologies, new everything. So yeah, the Paul Rubens alkyds, which are available on Amazon, and the other nifty thing is that you can actually get the Paul Rubens alkyd, well, in sets for one thing, but there's also a set of alkyd fluorescents, which means that instead of trying to get one really expensive Marion Street fluorescent, you can pretty much get the entire batch of 12, right? I think it's 12 cammed fluorescent paints from Paul Rubens. So yeah, lots of changes again with the darker primer method and doing kind of a dry brushy thing first, then doing glazy stuff. Part of it is certain miniatures just call for it. Now, when we're doing the flats, and this video I just did this video, this actually had pre-glaze, so there was an indigo and Prussian blue pre-glaze on that because the flats lend themselves to it. It actually makes things easier doing a pre-glaze. There are other situations where the pre-glaze just does not make any sense, so we don't do it. Also, too, folks that tended to have a hard time, they just would get hung up on what's a staining color, what's not, which is irrelevant because there's very few of them anyways. And I think they were trying to find like the perfect red staining color for a red whatever. It's like, well, actually, you could just use violet. You could use dark green. You do not have to have. And it just, again, people got too confused, so I started to eliminate the pre-glaze from consideration there. And again, that is all on the Patreon page. If you sign up for that $15 Army Painter pledge, well, hope you're ready. Hope you're comfortable because you got about 2,500 hours worth of videos to watch. Might want to have some snacks handy. So yeah, cammed in. There's also a lot of wide open surfaces there, so it sort of works there, right? You don't have to worry about lots of little small thing like this, maybe something breaking off or whatever. He's pretty solid. So he's almost like a gigantic bas relief. It kind of makes sense there. It all started with the Tomb Kings. I started with one of the Ushabti, And then when we started doing things like the chariots, we said, well, there is no way pre-glaze is going to work for that. So we started priming just like a dark brown, and that seemed to be far more effective. So yeah, definitely a serious amount of indigo. I'd be curious to see also what maybe a teensy bit of perline black might do there, that super dark green. So yeah, Felonious Monk, I think that's the Paul Rubens, well, the Alkids in general, specifically the Paul Rubens. That's a pretty darn recent development. I mean, it seems like years ago, right, Camda, but it's not. Yeah, I think that's almost a call to war, wouldn't you say, Velfera? Yeah, that is very insulting there to the Prussians. Now again, I'm gonna maybe, yeah, here, let me try to do maybe some darker stuff. Let me try this first. When in doubt, make things darker. No, we already kind of did our darker stuff. Let me try to go a wee bit later here then with some of our not sourcelit parts here. Arid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link there in the stream again, please go ahead. Yeah, of course, minus any autocorrect monster shenanigans, right, Arid? Now, Arid, I don't know if you heard us talking, but we were thinking of maybe a bas relief of the autocorrect monster where he's actually like breaking out of almost like breaking out of the frame there, coming after you. Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link that Eridicanwave just shared and give Eridicanwave a follow. So, Erid, actually, ooh, geez, Erid, how did it feel to do a jewelry stream again, not a cooking stream or a Gundam diorama stream? Sorry, Erid, I meant to ask that. Well, it's been a little distracting here with all of the Twitch craziness there. So yeah, now we got that a little bit later. So yeah, we'll see again that once we can figure that out. Now, of course, there might be some other AI generation programs. Now, I had no luck with Meshi. Now, I don't have the paid version of Meshi, so that could be part of the reason. If anybody has the paid version of it, maybe they have better luck. I don't know. So yeah, Arid, hopefully you can just kind of keep going with the jewelry streams there, kind of a little bit of normalcy, a little bit of routine after lots of not routine. Yeah. So again, everybody please give Eradicate Wave a follow. I wonder. What did that? Okay. Yeah, I think we did mean to have that later stuff right in there. Now, oh, let me grab this a little here. Start breaking this down. Start breaking this down. Like so. So here there's going to be a little bit of cooking after the stream here. Going to try to, I think we're going to break out that blueberry muffin mix there. See what happens with that. I was gonna do a dump cake with that, and I thought, well, no, maybe let's. That might not be a good thing. But we'll see if we can make that work. We'll find out, and you'll hear about it sure enough on the stream later today, if it worked. Okay, so now again we got blue-ish, violet, cooler colors here. And we've got warmer colors over here. They're pretty much the same value scale, so the thing that makes them stand apart, nothing to do with the values. It was, again, it's all about the color. You can see it here, look at that. You got the warm stuff there, and then it gets cooler over here. No, let's go back to this. Then we'll work in some of this here for some little bit of light on this. Again, this is just bulletin board cork right here. Some of the other ones, it's actually Scopy. We did Scopy on that base right there. Well, hopefully that you're able to do that, Aaron. Hopefully so. So Valfira, I told Kathy's sister about those. So I've got not just the tips, but also the connectors. That was the key thing. That was the key thing, Valfira, was those connectors. So thanks for finding those. Now here, take a little look see at this, and a look see at this. Now we're gonna hold it like this. We shall do a film noir. Well, looky there. I mean, it still sort of looks like source lighting. But let's try this again. Look at this. Yeah, look at that is a big, big difference. Now let's do a similar thing. Let's we didn't get. Did we do one of these? I don't think we did one of these at all, Camja. Wow, look at that. It looks like the height map. Check that out, Camja. That looks just like the height map, except look at that shimmer. You can kind of see the shimmer even in black and white. Now the blues and the reds. Look at the difference. Those even here, like 5-10%. We're at 20 now. We're at about almost 50. There we go. We're at 50 now. Look at the difference those reds and blues make. It's always always wild to see that, right, Velfira? It kind of never gets old. That might be getting a little too dark there. Maybe a little more up in there. So yeah, this is another one of those 3D printed basing bits. Some of our other basing bits that we're using, those, well, either Scopy, bulletin board cork. Hey there, Tifu. Great to see you back. Everybody check out that Insta. Oh no, never mind. Never mind. So Tifu, I hope that you're doing well. Happy Saturday, all that stuff. I actually do a little bit of a pin line wash right there. Not so much out here though. We need to maybe darken up some of this too right here. Where's that blending brush? There you are. Valkyrie, I'll try to send you some of the new, those Lord of the Rings things I did, like the Dead Men of Dunharrow, where I actually make Celtic zoomorphs of like some ghosts, some ghostly Celtic zoomorphs. That is not something I ever thought I would be doing. This is Celtic zoomorphs of ghosts. But I think it did work for the Army of the Dead stuff. Yeah, Tifu, that Egyptian violet, not the quickest drying color, and of course, as Grand Oracle discovered, it's that and Indian yellow. Ironically enough, are two of the slowest drying Williamsburg colors of all things. The Egyptian violet, in particular, would not have thought that. Might go a little with the light, maybe right in here. Catch a little bit of that edge over there. So great to see you back there, Tifu. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of our bluish color and let's try to blend that a little bit more. Now back to our blending brush here. Some of our white into our not radiant green. Into the not radiant green. So we're just breaking this down. Takes a little bit because this now some of this stuff. Well, we're almost at 4 hours. So some of this stuff's been out here a little while, and again, since it's alkyds, it's going to set. So Felonious, yeah, we've actually found a bunch of substitutes for the radiant colors. So, because the Paul Rubens has a lot of colors that, first of all, look just like the radiants, and then the other advantages, well, unlike the radiants, they are alkyds, so they're going to dry a whole lot faster, even though they're opaque, lighter colors. And usually that's not something that's going to happen. So yeah, Tifu, glad that you could join in there. So Tifu, this weekend's streams here, trying to focus on getting some Angmar stuff. Especially since I actually have the Barrow Downs printed, and we even have all the Hobbit hostages there. So we'll be painting some of those tomorrow, and we got more spooks and specters like these that we'll be doing. So yeah, a bunch of those tomorrow. Okay, yeah, now we're starting to feel the more of the light here on our stones. Felonious, there's been a couple of times, especially during like those Prime Day sales, Felonious. Imagine this, the full set of 38 was $63 on Amazon. And we're talking, those are 50 mil tubes, Felonious. Now, of course, is the quality Williamsburg quality? Well, it better not be. It definitely better not be, because this right here is more expensive than all 38 of those. So yeah, if those colors all had the same quality as this one Puro orange from Williamsburg, then we'd have to have an Elron-like conversation with Williamsburg. And the key thing is the fact that now the most usable ones are the not radiant colors as we call them. There's one that kind of is a Alkyd Terra Rosa. There's another one that's like an Alkyd Mars Red. Well, we're just kind of calling it the Alkyd Mars Black, right, Cam? That one's really strong. Thanks, Tifu. Yeah, we're gonna try and crank through. Let's see, the four hobbits plus those two. Oh, we also have the Mouth of Sauron sitting around here. So there he is. Yeah, we'll see if we can slam through the Mouth of Sauron. This is the old metal figure. Yeah, that's the classic right there. It's really insane, right, Camden? I mean, all kidding aside, that is, oof, you don't mess with that. We did find a staining red for the first, like a true staining red. That's the good news. The not so good news is that it's Series 6, Williamsburg. So yeah, that's gonna be pricey. So yeah, I forgot I even had those Tifu until I saw these guys. I thought, okay, well, since I can't find the orc stuff that I wanted, uh, for like the Great Beast of Golgoroth and stuff. I'm like, well, we'll do these guys. And then, what the heck are these? And I realized, oh, those are the hobbits. Yeah, those are the hobbits, is there? And you even have Frodo with Sting. Let me roll with this here. That's the ultramarine blue there. Yeah, that can't all just be that light. We want this piece of armor here to maybe actually have some of our color on it. Maybe a little more, yeah, maybe a little more dark here. And it's also it's ultramarine blue, so it's going to make another little difference there. I think it might be Tom Bombadil there, Thranuel. Yeah, they're trying to figure out why he's impervious to the ring. Of course, I can only imagine what that toy must have looked like, because the whole thing is that the character of Tom Bombadil was based on Tolkien's this weird toy that Tolkien's kids had. And I can only imagine just how demonic that thing must have looked. Because what you had the bright yellow boots, right? The red hair, blue hat with a giant feather in it. Who knows what kind of demented action figure that was? I'm gonna try some of you down in here. And we've used this stairway thing a bunch. I swear we have an Aragorn one floating around here that has that. I don't. Oh, wait, here it is. It's the same. It's that exact same piece. Look at that. There you go. We've got a hobbit up on top of this thing. We've done so many figures, kind of perched on top of this same one. Again, we did the same thing with the Sculpey down here, but very different with the warm object source lighting versus our blue there. One second, let me push that out of the way. There we go. That is there. Well, you're using the Stynylrez primer right there, Tifu. Tifu, sometimes there could be a difference in the amount of thinner in there. It could be also a timing thing. Could end up being maybe a thick over thin sort of a deal. Sometimes it's almost like you say, like a little bit of a hole or something like that. And it's also that timing issue, right, Tifa? We talk about it all the time. Some colors, you almost have to put the colors on there, and then you got to just kind of walk away, step away from that particular part, and don't do the blending stuff until potentially a little while later. There you go. See, like Camda was just saying, you don't want to be a hasty hobbit. We haven't seen this yet, Camda. Don't be hasty. See what happens to hasty hobbits? That's what happens to hasty hobbits right there. So don't be hasty. Sorry, I haven't been able to do a graphic for you yet there, Camda. The graphics time has kind of been absorbed by the current project, wouldn't you say, Camda? So sorry about that. Ooh, man, you know what we haven't done? We haven't get this in here. That should be light. Now we'll maybe use you to get rid of the edges of that. Wow, that is really, that is one heck of a recess in there, man. Let me try to get some more of my really light in here. We still good. We still have some of our fast matte white there. I'll just leave that be. This guy here, maybe. And now it looks like we have crossed fully into the 4-hour mark here on the stream. Again, doing not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5, technically 6 miniatures. I guess you could say tomorrow, technically we could be doing, let me see, 4, 6, 10, 11 figures tomorrow. Well, the next stream. It's not really tomorrow. It's just later today. So Tifu, I think the whole white spirits thing is just, if you're not here in the US, they call it white spirits. Here we just call it thinner. I'd never heard it called white spirits until folks started saying, is it white spirits? And I'm like, what the heck is white spirits? So it might just be, again, it's always going to be called, here it's going to be called this. Now I think everywhere, who knows, maybe everywhere else it's white spirits. Is there a difference? I don't really know. Yeah, like Thranua was saying there, what we definitely don't want to do is use the nasty dime store turpentine. I mean, no matter even if you had like a full-on gas mask and hazard suit, it wouldn't be good for the paint, wouldn't be good for the brushes. Now, of course, surface tension does have a bit of a suggestion there. So if you're going to be painting ghosts, you should use white spirits. And I think mineral spirits is one that I've heard more than white spirits here, at least. Again, I've been many decades have I been doing the oil painting, and it was always just called thinner and nothing else. It was just like, remember there was for a while, it was the linseed oil. There was refined or unrefined or something like that. And some folks that were mixing their paints found different results. Wasn't that the case there, Tranuel? So, okay, there we go. Now that's a little bit later on the inside of that cloak there. So yeah, there was a couple folks that were saying something like, again, with the linseed oil that was refined and unrefined. I don't know. I'd have to look and see what I've got. I couldn't even tell you whether it's refined or unrefined. I have the feeling that here you can get the unrefined much easier, and it's harder to get. And I think maybe overseas, could be wrong. Trying to get me a little more light around the edges of these. There, I think those are little gemstones in there. Looks like, anyways. Yeah, it seems like it. Where's my there it is. This is to get more of the turquoise here. Gotta be careful with that. That's gonna come around here. Cut you down a little bit there. Let me get that under here. Under here. So yeah, surface tension. I still haven't had a chance to even download the newly discovered nativity files. I'm gonna try to. I think I'm gonna try to get those loaded up, and I'm gonna try to print those in FDM, just larger, and see what happens. With the point zero 0.08 layer height instead of doing the resin. We'll see how that goes. They could be out. Oh, there you go. We could print them even larger uh, surface tension and try to put them outdoors. There you go. Yeah. See what happens there. Probably not a good plan, but they would be pretty much weatherproof. Because I've had the printed terrain, the FDM style terrain survive in the garage in the summer in 100-degree heat. So clearly it's strong, but that this is again is the PLA. We're not using the other stuff that might be prone to some kind of warping or melting at those temps. Let me try that. It's almost like they're a little bit crystalline here in a way. The swords here. Let me try this. Same thing, kind of marching up the length of the blade there a little bit. And trying to create the interior glow as much as we can. This going more towards the violet here. Come on, more thinner. Break this down. Whoops. How's about in the violet? That might work a little better. Okay, yeah, we don't need all these extra little chunks of stuff on here. Let's see if we can break that down some more. Get rid of that. There too. Okay, so yeah, it's starting to get a little later, but this now has that violet coloration to it. Whereas we got the green, now we got violet over here. Maybe a touch of it up here. And it's almost a little more. Let me take some of that away. Got a micro blending brush here. Because I'm pretty sure surface tension that those figures they're relatively solid. Yeah, there's they don't have like a lot of swords. Well, they're not like this surface tension. They were now this makes a real interesting nativity scene, but yeah, I think they're pretty solid figures by comparison. I mean, they got some decent detail on them. No problem there, Tifu. No problem. More of our lighter violet here. So I think that is these are definitely keeping in line with what we did with these. Again, these guys are from Diwali here. Yeah, now again, I don't know how long they'll take with the 0.08 layer height. But we'll find out. I think after I print out this river section here, I think we'll try to just print a couple of those just to see how it goes. They would certainly make very nice candidates for some oil painting. Wouldn't you say their surface tension? Now, actually, surface, gee whiz, have you printed those out? Holy smokes, I forgot to ask you. And if you did, hopefully they worked out well. Now, I guess I don't know if they have. Well, I'm sure there's got to be like a supports and no supports. Obviously, we don't want the supports for FDM printing. I mean, there typically are, supports and no supports offered. Where's my eye? Here we go again. This got mostly the turquoise in it. I might actually try to drop a little more of my lighter stuff all the way down in here. Wow, that was a lot later than I figured it was going to be. I mean, it's not a problem. I just like, wow, that's really late. Now let me use this as a blending brush here. And like we've done before, we're just going to push that stuff around. There you go. So again, that's no layers. Hashtag no layers, right? No, wrong way. Let's go back to again our much later color there. Let's see. So yeah, surface tension. I have not seen them. There was another. Remember that it was the one we painted, right? But the one with just literally the three figures in the manger thing. I was worried that that wasn't going to have enough detail. I actually printed it out even at that larger scale. That did seem to work out. Come on, there we are. Now, what about the? Yeah, we got to get this cleaned up just like we did the other side. Getting our light stuff around that racer. A little more maybe on the sword there. And here, let me try Prussian blue. Come on, more Prussian blue there. Little more of that into the face here. Let's get that on the side of his head there. And now perhaps a little something that's not quite so dark. Up around there maybe. Oh, sure, their surface tension. Now, I guess that doesn't. Oh, maybe it was another set that I found that actually had because we wanted the camel train, right? And I don't think this one has that. It has some critters, but I don't think it has the camels. Maybe we found that in another set or something. It's just been too long. Well, if it was longer than 5 minutes ago, surface tension, I would likely have forgotten. You know what? Let me try to go a little darker on the hair. Let me see something here. Okay, indigo. Indigo up here. Is that working? Sort of. Yeah. Okay, I think that is pretty well set right there. What about this guy here? Yeah, let me try to do a little something over here on the side of his face. Maybe back to the ultramarine. Let me try that. Let's try that over here. That one a little too far down. I like the fact that we had some of the turquoise in there. I don't want to lose that too. So yeah, get back to the ultramarine blue. Maybe toned out some of the stuff that's right up here against our wall there. So I got some source lighting kind of stuff going on there. You know what? Let's back up to this. Instead of just the lighter edge there, I think we should have more. A little more glowy stuff here, a little further range here. Yeah, that makes me forget it all the way down here. How all of a sudden does this kind of just stop up here? Let's extend that light there. It makes more sense, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we got that in here now. A couple little bits of texture on that. So we got our 4 whites now. Let's try to play around with this. And let me actually get a little bit of our terra rosa. It's almost like a skin tone here. Let's get some of that into our warg, maybe. It's not so much about just straight up value. It's really more about kind of changing around the color a little bit. We're trying to get extra color in there, actually. That's getting to be too light. We will back off of that. More mid-tone, and I think we got it now. Yeah, I was just getting too light too fast. Toned it down a little, like you do. What have we got going on here? Some of that, yeah. Some of that over here. This again has a little, almost like a skin tone vibe to it. Now all the way down in here, let me get some of our umbar for that. Really tough to work our way in there, and that is fine because it keeps us from putting too much shading, too much light in the area that, well, we shouldn't really be able to see. I haven't actually messed with any of the Windsor. I'm going to try here a little different thing for some parts of the blood effect here. To get a bit more of the reddish tone. We have lots of the coagulated dry blood, but not so much of the fresher stuff, so I think that might work a little better. But down through in there, over here. And then again, there's lots of snow and such there. Yeah, okay, that makes a difference. That little bit of Windsor red, which again is the former Fanchon red slash Naphthol scarlet, whatever. They are both essentially the same thing. There are little differences around the edges. There's always going to be that way from one brand to the next. And I try a couple little extra darks with the indigo crown. There. Let me try to. I wonder, do I need to actually kind of go lighter into this again? Hopefully not. Hopefully this is going to do what I need here. Is that just hair? Looks like it. I can get me some of that ultramarine. I'll mix it with a little bit of the indigo to darken on that bit of armor there. Let me try to hit the knuckles on this guy a little more. Let me, no, not that. Yeah, let me try to make this a little dark, a little smoother too. Definitely some more over here. Hey there, Helgrant, how you doing? Everybody say hello to Helgrant. Also give Helgrant a follow. So Helgrant, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead, do that. I hope that your Saturday morning goes well. And so Helgrant, here is the, there is the Trench Crusade. Okay, look at that nice little shimmery stuff going on there. So again, everybody please give Helgrant a follow. Helgrant, were you going to be streaming this weekend at all? Work that in here. Get a little bit of that darker, kind of bluish gray. Now the maybe actually here we'll use this violet for the claws or whatever on our warg here. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Helgrant just shared. And again, everybody please give Helgrant a follow. So great to see you there, Helgrant. Yeah, I'm trying to get that all figured out as far as the parameters for making the STL files in GPT. Like at 1 minute it says okay, this is perfect, and it does something really nice, and I use those exact same parameters again, and it's not so nice anymore. So not sure what is going on. Actually, we got a little bit of armor over here. We need to do a little bit of that, I think. Okay, so Monday morning. So again, everybody please give Helgrant a follow, and Arid can't wait too. So good night there, Arid. Again, I'm glad that things again are somewhat at a low roar instead of cacophony. It's just kind of like a low roar. A little more manageable that way. Glad you've been able to do some streams and such. So yeah, all of this is going to be snow. It's going to be along the lines of our crushed glass snow, like we did here for other Angmar guys right here. So again, like that. We'll maybe see if we can get some snow on our these guys too. maybe not because they might be inside. Um, yeah, I gotta make sure. I know I did hit the. I think I hit the barrel weights with the. Yeah, I did with some initial spray with the acrylic spray cans. Again, they're not regular spray cans. They are not regular spray cans like the really nasty stuff. This stuff is foam safe. I know because I've used it on my foam terrain. It has not damaged the foam terrain at all. So have yourself a good night there, Erin. Yeah, that doesn't really go there. We're going to get rid of some of that. Just trying to get a little bit of our Mars yellow deep out here in the fur. Like that. Let me throw this in here. Yeah, a little bit more of this out here. And again, the session from last night is already on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. It's already, the step-by-step images already on Instagram. And Armored Wolf's got the link there for you to the YouTube channel. Again, that's the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And that is, well, that's where this stuff's going to go. Yep, these guys will also eventually be there. Even the past sessions, like where we painted these Diwali versions of our spooks, those are also on the YouTube channel. Who knows? Maybe we got to do an army painting series of those guys to show how to, well, do a vast amount of those with all of the blue, with the blue object source lighting. Oh, thanks, Tilgret. Appreciate that. So yeah, surface tension. It seems like it went away from. Well, actually, it's gone away from me. I have not had to deal with the whole refresh thing ever since the raid that Arid did. Yeah, ever since then, I haven't seen. I don't know about you, Armored Wolf, but ever since the Arid's raid, I have not had that crazy issue. But yeah, I was having to, even myself, especially for the whole first almost 2 hours of the stream, it felt whatever it was, Arid did that raid. So yeah, Helgrat, well, let's see, I think 2012 is when I started doing Facebook, maybe? No, 2012, well, let's see. YouTube started in 2012. I think Instagram maybe it was 2013, 2014. Because I think there's maybe 14,000 folks on the Instagram doing the follow thing. Surface tension, for whatever reason, I mean, my phone is just less than garbage now. Yeah, earlier today, I just was literally having to, tinfoil. That's it, surface tension. Yes, I need to extend the reach of the phone with tinfoil. What am I thinking here? I'm screwing around with Wi-Fi and thinking about Wi-Fi extenders, just tinfoil. That would be way more successful, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, Helgrat, it is a never-ending thing. Yes, yeah, and of course you have to kind of combo platter the whole thing. The Insta feeds the YouTube feeds the Insta, and then the Facebook stuff, because you can do much more specific Facebook posts. And the idea that you extend the content, you don't do the big blitz all at once. You do one thing first, then you do the other thing, then you do the other thing. Yeah, surface tension. Instead of the fancy, phone case or something like that, I'm just going to wrap it in tin foil. And of course, the best thing about that surface tension is you get to eat the Pringles first. So that's another important aspect of that plan. So you can say it's not like you have a bad diet. You say, all I'm trying to do is improve my cell phone service, so you can just have lots of, eat lots of Pringles. And again, that has nothing to do with bad dietary habits. That is strictly just making sure that you have a good phone signal. Also, too, if you have enough of the tin foil, you're also immune to alien invasion and thought probes and all that other kind of stuff. Unless it's the ancient Welshlandians. I think the Welshlandians have found a way to break the tinfoil barrier. I mean, if they found a way to blot out the sun in an oddly specific way, I think they've probably figured out how to overcome the tinfoil barrier. Yeah, I think that is definitely a major solution that, well, they don't want us to know about, right, Felonious Monk? It's kind of like big acrylic, right? Surface tension. Yes, they're trying to tell us that Pringles are no good for us because they don't want us to make that realization that the Pringles can is the key to good internet and good reception. That whoa 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 whoa. So you're saying me as Pringles who eats all of the Pringles, then I'm doing good. Yeah, yeah. See, I'm spreading better reception throughout the world. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Also, did you clean my litter box? Boy, we haven't had an appearance from Prinkles the cat in quite some time. He is one of the most feared characters in all of Wappleville. Now, he's not scorned and shunned like the mounted baristas. Again, those are literally the most hated characters on the channel, the mounted baristas. Again, all they do is just yell out random names and chuck cups of hot scalding coffee at people. And then after they do that, they charge you, if you know what I mean. Yes. Now I'm thinking about a GPT images their surface tension of Pringles cans being used for increased phone reception there. Let me get a little more of our. There we go. Continue to work in a little bit more of our light all the way down to here. That's also a warmer light color. It's not just light. It is a much warmer light than the one here. We can do our look at this little film noir, little gratuitous film noir. Look at that. No difference. Where's our other one that really shows this? There. Okay. So this. Oh, wait a second. There is source lighting after all. There we go. So we've even added some of it's got a little bit more of a reddish tone to it, and that's the same kind of terra rosa that we've been using. So yeah, that's again, this is another one of the Khurzluk barrel weights there, and of course our fabulous warg here. That is from Navarrete Studios. Oh gosh, actually, I'm gonna have to start making some more Halloween cookies. I made that first batch. That was for the block party. I gotta start making regular batches of Halloween cookies. Now it's the 18th already. Working more of this now. Yep, okay. You get some last little bit of dark on this column here. The underside of this. Yeah, using the regular oil paints for this. 4 hours 47 minutes ago, all 5 of these figures were completely devoid of all things paint. They had no paint on them at all. We had, well, here you go. You can see the primer color. It was the oceanic blue. That's just a Stynylrez right there. Nothing terribly fancy. And again, we'll be doing those guys plus the little hobbitses on our Saturday stream. Which, well, now let's see. 12 plus. So it's about 18-ish hours from now will be another stream. Actually, that, oh geez, that's the other thing, Cam. I gotta get another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships printed out there for Armada Monday. Unless we kind of go in a different direction, especially since it is October. Maybe a ghost ship or something like that. There you go. Well, actually, technically, those are ghost. Well, it's the Ghost Fleet. That's right. Yeah, it's the Ghost Fleet. So, see you later there, Helgrat. Again, as always, thanks for being here. Yeah, that depends what I can get printed there, Cam. There's just so much stuff happening all at once. You know, I'm going to try to get a little bit more of this dark into here, I think. Yeah, like we did over there. Okay, that sort of helps. Where is that? Burnt umber on the spear staves there, and then maybe a bit of dark up there, and then maybe more light down here. Let me try this here. Not too light though. Is there another Skelly? There is another Skelly friend down there. I thought so. Like, there's another little dude hiding down there. I want maybe more just the ambient light there. A little bit of non-bluish light on the front of these skellies down here. I think now, well, now we're pushing almost 5 hours on this here stream, and we gotta do printing stuff. Well, now it's 4:30 in the morning too. So I'm going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. Thanks to Eric, because again, for whatever reason, that raid seemed to have made things kind of clear up for whatever reason. Don't know why. But thanks also to Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations, even though Armored Wolf has an impossible amount of work to do, so that is also appreciated. Let's do a quickie little look-see here at our 4 wights. Let's see if I can grab all of them. Okay, so here we go. There's our 4 wights and 1 warg with his little buddy Steve right there. Again, Steve is just kind of resting. He's a little bit exhausted. That kind of happens when you don't have any more blood or something like that. So again, appreciate everything. Thank you so much, Camda, for being here. Again, here we're going to start our little raid countdown. So thanks so much. Appreciate everybody sticking with it, even though things got really, really crazy there with all of the stuff early on, especially. So thanks again, and I will see you guys later today on the stream.